Sorry, I'm a few minutes behind. Oh, let's get set up. Tonight, we're going to look into the wussification of America. Something I think is probably one of our biggest problems. We're going to look into how America's gotten so dumb, feminism, and some of America's biggest problems, in my opinion, that I think we can change. Please like, share, subscribe. Hope everyone's having a great night. Hopefully the chat works better than it did earlier. Let me check one thing before we get going. Do a little something I usually forget to do. Bear with me. Boy, that Cowboys game's going down to the wire. Fucking Ravens just cannot hold on to a lead. For some odd reason, they can just not hold on to a lead. They can't help themselves. They cannot help themselves. All right. We're ready to roll. Please like, share, subscribe. This is going to be some eye-opening shit. People aren't going to like it. I don't care. I think I pray young people see this shit. That's why I do a lot of these. Or someone that has kids sees it and sees what they're doing right or wrong. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. If you would like to donate, you can hit us up on the Cash App. Cash App, Nate's Live, NATESLIVE. Let's get to it, bro.
Modern society is making men weak and stupid. The evidence is right in front of our faces. Men are falling behind women in every way that counts.
We've seen a decline in traditionally male jobs in manufacturing and heavy industry. That's hit working class men particularly hard. But also the education system is really now failing many of our boys.
Today, only 40% of college graduates are men. Men are 3 times more likely to die from mental health issues. 90% of the homeless population are male. And over 30% of young men aren't sexually active at all, compared to just 19% 20 years ago. It should be clear to everyone by now that society is waging a war on masculinity, and it's destroying men's minds and their will. People are getting weaker and dumber. But how did this actually happen? Well, you can thank one man for our modern idiocracy, and his name was Edward Bernays. Despite changing the course of history entirely, Bernays is often forgotten today. As the nephew of Sigmund Freud, he grew up immersed in the world of psychology and understanding human motives and desires. But Bernays wasn't purely interested in just studying psychology. He wanted to put it into practice. If he knew people's desires and underlying motivations, you could tell them anything. So after his family moved to the US at the turn of the century, Bernays went to college and began working as a journalist. But his true calling came when he was tasked with promoting a play. His method was genius. Instead of selling it like any other piece of theatre, he marketed it as an advocacy piece for orphanages. He gave people a real reason to care and transferred their strong feelings for the issue straight onto his product. It was an insanely effective model, and it just kept working. He sold ballet to Americans by emphasizing its sex appeal. He made an opera singer into a household name by spreading rumors about the extreme lengths he took to keep his singing voice intact. Soon enough, Bernays realized his skills were being wasted on just theatre alone, and so he would spend some time working for the US government during World War I, helping them sell the war to the American people. Afterwards, he spent time as a consultant for companies, telling them how to sell their products based on people's real desires. Once, when Bernays was asked to market cigarettes to women, he came up with such a devious solution. His first campaign played on social pressure and body image. He marketed cigarettes as an alternative to snacks, along with pictures of beautiful thin women to sell the ideal. And it worked, but there was still a stigma around women smoking in public. And so, to get around this, Bernays' next campaign was even more deceptive. He sold cigarettes as torches of freedom, convincing women that smoking was a way to stand up to society and its inequality. He planted paid actors in a women's march that made them all take out their cigarettes at once. Obviously, this was all nonsense. Cigarettes have nothing to do with empowerment or equal rights, but by tying them in with the issue, he made the American Tobacco Company an absolute fortune. Bernays works at the foundations for modern marketing, but despite pretty much founding an entire industry, this wasn't Bernays' most impactful work. Instead, that would come with his work in shaping the mindset that would decide the rest of the 20th century. Bernays' style of marketing pioneered appealing to people's base emotions and desires, rather than their rational mind, and it couldn't have come at a more pressing time in history. The Industrial Revolution was still going strong in America in the 20s, but there was a growing problem around the corner. People just weren't buying enough products to keep up.
It's time to start. You're ready to start your business.
So Edward Bernays pretty much is the father of propaganda. You're going to see some stuff about him. Propaganda is a huge problem in America. People believe propaganda on both sides about all kinds of things. Feminism was fed by propaganda. So many things are fed by propaganda. So I want to start with this tonight. Please like, share, subscribe. Let's get back to the video.
With this industrial growth, people operated on a needs basis. If you didn't need something, then there wasn't really a point in buying it. But Bernays changed this. By using his marketing techniques, companies could convince people based on their emotions that they wanted something that they didn't really need. A product could be as useless and wasteful as possible, so long we're seeing the awful effects of this fundamental shift. People are completely controlled by their impulses and their desires. Long-term planning is given away to instant gratification, and it's men that are worst affected. You see, when you look back at pictures from just a couple of decades ago, the men from before actually look like men. Today, not so much. People today look like boys in comparison, like they never grew up. It's an impression that's supported by the data. Testosterone, the chemical that prompts sexual maturity and muscle growth in men, is in rapid decline. A study from 2013 found that average testosterone levels in men had fallen by 1% every year since 1980. And there are huge...
Testosterone in men had fallen by 1% every year since 1980. That's insanity. What do you guys think caused that rate of testosterone to plummet since 1980? I guarantee it's our food, our mental health, how men are treated in society. I'm sure it plays a role in it. That's mental health as well. They killed what a real man was. They have killed what a man is. Or they're trying to.
Huge problems with this lack of testosterone. People don't enjoy working hard. People have no confidence, no ambition, no destiny. And there's a bunch of health problems associated with low testosterone.
What's up,
like
buddy?
Some kinds of cancer that have risen due to the sharp decline in testosterone, which is in conjunction with sperm counts dropping like a stone. Clearly something very wrong is happening right now, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly what's causing this mass feminization. But there's a lot of suspects, and the truth is likely a combination of a multitude of things. But one of the main things is the massive amounts of chemicals that's tricking men's bodies into making estrogen, leading to around half of men now having gynecomastia, where their nipples become packed with estrogen and start to develop like a woman. I mean, estrogen is the hormone that causes your body to develop female characteristics. And so why is this happening all of a sudden? Gynecomastia was really not that common 50 years ago. 100 years ago, and it'd be extremely rare. But now almost every man you walk past has some form of gynecomastia. And this problem is coming from all the untested and poorly regulated chemicals that we're putting into our environment and our bodies. People often talk about avoiding BPA, a certain type of plastic, but it's not that simple. Studies have shown that a massive proportion of plastics have what's called estrogenic activity. Chemicals released as these materials break down trick the body's hormone receptors into thinking they're estrogen. And in people, this is causing a wide range of nasty health effects. But the common ones are weight gain, reduced fertility, sex drive, and sperm counts. And even
weight gain, decreased sex drive, causing more prostate cancer, less fertility, making men weaker, more mental health problems.
increased rates of breast and prostate cancer. And we're just talking plastics here. The other sources of common chemicals with estrogen activity is too long to list, but one of the most sinister is atrazine. It comes from the most common herbicide in the US, which gets sprayed on 3/4 of cornfields as well as a ton of other common crops. Once it's there, it can leach into the groundwater and eventually make its way into the reservoirs and the water supply. And so much of this chemical has been used that we now even find it in the rainwater. Ever since the late 90s, we've known that it causes feminization and increased estrogen production in animals. More recently,
Why would they make something legal that causes feminization and demasculinization in animals, including humans? It's also a risk of low birth weight, preterm delivery, and small for gestational age status. Oh yeah, men are getting ripped apart. Tonight we're going to look at the pussification of America.
studies have shown strong links to low fertility and sperm counts in areas where atrazine is used, as well as a bunch of other issues with the reproductive organs upon exposure. And with so much estrogen around, you won't be surprised to hear that it's actually in your water supply. And one of the major sources of this is from female birth control pills. You see, the body only absorbs a small amount of the hormone when it enters the body. Around 90% of the estrogen content of the pill goes straight through, and there it enters the wastewater supply, where it's often filtered and then sent back into the drinking supply, or into the rivers and oceans. And this can have a devastating effect. In some studies,
so even birth control pills going into your wastewater can cause defertilization to males. It goes out in the oceans.
Fish populations in a lake with high levels of estrogen
killing fish populations
were almost completely wiped out. Just 5 nanograms per liter has a negative effect. Some rivers and streams in the UK have had levels 12 times that. The estrogen then interfered with the reproductive organs of the fish, and in some cases,
Want to get a new job?
A Google career certificate?
Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
Job in cybersecurity.
And they keep pushing how men are the problem, men are the worst. Look at the left, how bad they hate men. Large majority of them hate men. The left hate us. And this is why we got to take care of ourselves and get in shape, myself included. That's why I'm working so hard right now to start getting in shape again and getting things back on track. Because don't want to be weak. Don't want to be old and weak. Working out, taking care of yourself as a man is important. It's important for the country as well. I hear you, Sebastian. I hear you, baby. But let's look into it. This is a toxic stew of chemicals being thrown at us all the time. Wow, malfunctioning sweet. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Let's look into it some more.
grew ovaries. In humans, estrogen has less severe but similar effects. The amplification of female characteristics and the suppression of the male is something we're seeing all across the West. And this isn't just happening from birth control pills in the water supply. A massive portion of waterborne estrogen comes from livestock. Either it comes from their own natural hormones, or from the massive doses of estrogen we get them on top of that. A large amount of cows are also fed on soy. And this is great economically for farmers, but just like in us, most of it doesn't get absorbed. It gets deposited in their manure. Then it gets into the water supply through the groundwater and the waste system. Or it gets deposited in food, when farmers use their manure to fertilize their crops. And in a perfect world, this wouldn't be an issue at all. But old, underfunded water infrastructure can't filter it out. In lots of countries, water companies have forgone filtration entirely, dumping raw sewage straight into the rivers, lakes, and seas. And so you should probably buy a water filter if you haven't done already. But it's not just this. Plastic trash and other estrogenic chemicals are everywhere. On average, the world makes around 400 million tons of plastic trash every year, with a large part of the waste making its way into the atmosphere and the oceans. It's yet another way that we're drifting further and further away from the natural life that we're adapted for. Sunlight's another good example. Before, nearly everyone got hours of sunlight every day, waking up to the sun and going to bed when the sun started to fade away. But today, most jobs are inside, locking people in grey office cubicles or dark warehouses for 8 hours a day, all under artificial lighting, never really seeing the sun at all. I mean, the vast majority of people in the world are too exhausted to spend enough time outside after work. Instead, they would spend their few hours off vegetating in front of a screen, never really having artificial light, only having light from screens, being sat on their ass, never really moving their blood in their body either. And vitamin D deficiency today is an obvious problem. Around 1 billion people are deficient, and in adults it can make you tired, depressed and weak, destroying your testosterone. And high levels of body fat make you so much more susceptible. Fat cells store vitamin D and keep it isolated from the bloodstream. And considering that 4 out of every 10 Americans are obese, this is a major problem. Obesity is probably the most visible negative effect of modern society. There's never existed in human history before, and it's a symptom of everything wrong with our modern diet and lifestyle. And just like with vitamin D, it generally makes everything worse. And we all know the problems it causes, and there's just too many to list in this video. But the first thing on the CDC's list is quite literally all causes of death. For men specifically though, it's been shown to lower testosterone levels, increase estrogen production, and generally damage sexual health. Returning to a normal weight though has been shown to improve, if not reverse, these effects. Now there's a million reasons for the obesity crisis, but our modern sedentary life is obviously a huge part of this. However, processed food is especially damaging here. A recent study of over 9,000 people has shown that protein is absolutely key. The body bases hunger and the desire for more food off protein intake. Stuffed with fat, sugar, salt, carbs, and chemicals, protein's hard to find in nearly all processed food, but it tricks the body into thinking it isn't full, leading to overeating on fattening food and eventually obesity. People who had a protein-rich breakfast ate less during the day, and people who ate processed food throughout the day were, on average, the fattest. One of the worst effects of obesity, though, is the effect on your mental health. Anyone who's lost a decent amount of weight can tell you how differently people treat you, from strangers to people you see every day. People seen as more attractive obviously have more success in their love lives, but they're also seen as being smarter, better at their jobs. Attractive people even get lighter sentences for the same crimes. It's an unconscious bias that all humans have. And other than dealing with the consequences, there's not really much you can do about it. Studies have shown that the judgment happens almost instantly, even when people are told to focus on something else. In all likelihood, it's another leftover from prehistoric man, because at the end of the day, who would you trust to help you hunt for food or build a shelter? And this will affect you today. In fact, people base their whole identity around how they think other people see them. This subconscious process, first described by the sociologist Charles Cooley, is called the looking glass.
Switch to Chrome to securely store your passwords.
Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. What do you guys think about that? Pretty eye-opening. And we'll look at more at this video for some other subjects, but there's some serious shit going on right now, man. Serious shit. I want to see what you guys think. NPC, salute. I seen a study that 100 years ago, your body and bones would decay in your casket in so many years. Today, our bones would basically be preserved forever due to the preservatives we eat. Probably. The other thing I don't believe is all the shit they slap on the organic labels. Yeah, who knows? That's why if you can grow it yourself, go do it that way. I have to get back on the carnivore. I need to get attractive to get away with all my crimes. You're nuts. Oh, please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. But I want to look into some of U.S. culture mostly. And how I feel like men are being destroyed lately. America's weak, and I think men being destroyed is a big part of it. Woke culture is a big part of it. Women thinking feminism is a huge part of it. Feminism was supposed to be for women's rights. I'm all for women's rights. When it turned into women are better than men, it's not about who's better. We both play roles. We're both better at different things. But when women started thinking they didn't need men, it was the worst fucking thing that could happen to both men and women. And I'm going to show you that firsthand tonight. I'm going to show you some shit that you're going to, if you argue with, I don't think you're going to sound very smart. And I'm going to show you a show that had men against women trying to survive outside. This was pretty eye-opening, in my opinion. Women always regret saying they don't need men at some point. And get ready, because with the draft coming soon, women are going to have to go fight in war. They have broken down the fabric of America by destroying the family. They really have. And our military's in terrible shape right now. And this has a reason. This is one of the reasons our military's in horrible shape. I'm going to show you exactly why tonight. With everything I show you. Women regret saying they don't need a man. Watch this shit. 24 minutes of modern woman regretting feminism. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. We're going to take a deep dive on how feminism and woke culture is destroying the United States. It's all form of a virus. Yeah. Vaccines, chemtrails, chemicals in food and water. Yep. But I think the feminism movement, the feminization of men and the demasculating of men has destroyed families. Feminism has destroyed families. Feminism has destroyed men and women's lives. And it will continue to until men and women both need to realize they need each other. Until that happens, nothing will change. We will continue to depopulate ourselves.
Because they're terrified someone's recording them and then blast them all over the internet later on. Can't ask for a phone number because you might also look like a creep. Really can't even exist at this point without apologizing.
These women are psycho.
And I'm tired of it because they're the same women that complain that no man talks to them or approaches them. You know what? You want him to go up to you? You have to go up to him at this point because that's the reality you've all created.
And just to let you niggas know, we don't need y'all. We want y'all, but we don't need y'all.
20 years later.
Our black men, we want all y'all back. Because we love you, we see you, kings. And most importantly, we need you. And most importantly, we need you.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you
We don't care. Jerry.
You see these 65-year-old women videos going viral where they say, I walked with the feminist. I bought into the argument of being a feminist. Man was an enemy in my life. I'm 65 years old. I've never been married. I have no kids. I will never be able to experience what it is to be married to a man when I was in my 20s. The concept of feminism stole that away from me. Just because I looked at man as the enemy, and he's not.
Truth, right?
Okay, whoa. You just said, hold on, wait. Did you just say every woman here is a pick me? Wait. How is understanding how the other species operates and what they value, what they want, a pick me? When we always say, when we always say that they need to understand women, it's like, how are you supposed to be in a relationship with someone? When you get in a relationship with friends, you try to understand your friends and you want them to understand you so you can grow that relationship, so you can be the best friend they have in that relationship. How are you going to be one-sided and say, oh, we don't need to understand men, we don't need to know this about men, they need to understand us and how we operate? And that's a pick-me if we try to understand how they operate, to be able to have a good relationship, to not be single at 40 with 12 kids, to not die alone with a dog. How is that a pick-me?
Well fucking said.
Because you think that they're understanding or they're like,
Are they not human?
you think that it is like, it's truth, it's gospel, it's like determining the facts. Like I cannot accept that.
You think
those
what's
things
true?
determine a woman's value.
What's true?
Like
What's
you,
gospel?
You saying that certain women don't.
I'm sitting here with just this horrible realization. I have spent most of my days figuring out how I can become physically, mentally, financially, spiritually healthy enough to be able to afford and take care of a child. And not only have I taken that time, but I've done the math, and it does not work out. I am not young enough, or fertile enough, or financially stable enough to even do another round of IVF. And at 36, like, I'm sorry, like, you're gonna say, like, you have time. Like, I don't. Because I can't spend another minute of my life trying to make something work when I'm just fighting upstream. I don't have a support system. I don't have the money. I don't have the resources of the community. And it just kills me. It kills me that I...
Now, think about this before I go on further. Before I go any further. How many 36-year-old men are sitting around wishing they had the same thing? How many men are sitting around saying they wish they had a woman they could have had kids with? They're 36 and couldn't find anyone. Probably because feminism made it where women fight over the top 10% of dudes nowadays. They wouldn't accept the guy that worked hard and made a good living. They thought they could do better on their own or get with an ultra rich guy, and it didn't work out. This poor girl is 36 years old. Doesn't look like she's going to have much luck having children. Single, worked her whole life on making money, becoming a better at her job, trying to make money, trying to be a strong, independent woman. Where did it get her? Where did it get any guy that would have liked her? Nowhere. Men and women need each other. We need men and women to need each other. This is why single moms stay single too, because single moms can always depend on welfare to come bail them out. Trust me, I know firsthand. You run the risk of getting ditched because if some hard time hits, the woman could just run back with your stepkids to get in state help. Women don't need you anymore. They think they don't need you. They're trying to tell a lot of people around the world that you don't need men. You can't have a baby without a man and a woman. You need a man just as bad as a woman. They're trying to divide us at every possible divisive point. People don't see it. Oh, yeah, keep getting abortions while you're at it. Those are really good, too. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. We talk about the stuff no one else wants to. But this girl seems all right. I don't think she's a lunatic. I mean, firsthand impression of her. She's probably not a bad girl. She's got no child and hitting the wall at 36. Upset. Because feminism may have cost her chance at being a mother. Young people, if any young people are out there, try and find someone nice. If you decide to get married, you should get married. Do not take those vows lightly. Take those vows as if they're with God, because they are. That's why everyone bails on people nowadays. People bail on dudes nowadays. People bail on each other all the time. And women, you can look it up. I'm not trying to bash women. This is not a woman bashing thing. It's a feminism bashing thing. It's feminism. It's not women I'm mad at. These people listen to feminism. She's not going to have a child by chance now. She wasted 36 years of her life to be miserable. When she come to realize all she wants is to be happy and have a family. So to any young people out there, I urge you to find someone nice with morals, treat each other nicely and fairly, and love each other till death do you part. This is why religion is important. This is why people, I think, hate religion. People don't like structure anymore. People don't like having to do the right thing anymore. People want to just sin. And I'm not a holy roller, but it's quite obvious the way society's going. And it kills me to watch this girl who's not bad, not that look should matter, but she's not a bad looking kid, it don't look like. She don't sound like a lunatic. She's not butt ugly. Sounds like she works hard. She looks like she's got a clean little place. And she's losing her mind because she wasted her life listening to feminism and bullshit. This is why it's important to really listen to those vows and realize how big a commitment is when you're in a relationship with someone. No one realizes it anymore. This shit is killing America. It's making us weak. And it weakens men and women, which weakens us collectively. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Let's get back to it. And my heart goes out to this girl. I want this to be a lesson to people. I feel the same way at 41. At 41, starting my life over, I feel the same way. And feminism played a role in my relationship too. Trust me.
I had embryos with my ex-husband that were viable, and they're just gone now. And my future.
And pardon me, she was married. She divorced her husband. I did not know that. Divorced her husband. She had embryos with her husband that were viable and didn't use them because she thought she could do better.
My future with those children and my life as a mother is just, it's gone. And it's not just that it's gone, it's the fact that it was decided for me.
What if I told you?
And she says it was decided for her. So she refused to take accountability. She refused to take accountability.
You can
see?
Click a button and
never judge a book by the cover.
By so many other people and factors. And that's what kills me. Because it was not my choice. I'm angry.
Yeah, it was.
I'm heartbroken.
You listened to the wrong one.
As the old adage states, they may have won the battle, but we haven't lost the war. The feminist movement has convinced most Western women that leaving guys behind is a profitable decision. Then, when they land flat on their face, they seek reconciliation. However, for most of these chicks, it's far too late. Not just because we wouldn't pick you, but because you simply lost the fight against time. The top comments are, "Slayed, didn't you, queen?" Hashtag girl boss. "I can buy myself flowers." Fast forward, "Why am I broken and all alone?" I'm ready to see more of these videos. You will do fine because you're a strong, independent woman.
Right, you're a strong, independent woman. You got this.
Strong, independent woman. The lack of accountability is jaw-dropping. But you should be happy. You're a strong, independent woman. You don't need a man.
You don't need a man,
Your
right?
career is more important, girl. Stay strong. The cats are waiting for you. You go, girl. Queen energy. The kids couldn't handle you, sis. Slay, queen. Hashtag boss babe. This is some top shelf feedback. Some soft guys might buy into the tears, but we can visualize
I don't feel
what
bad.
this Western woman was like before.
She didn't feel bad when she left her fucking husband.
She had a chance to be a decent woman, and she consciously rejected
Didn't want to
it.
fucking hear it.
That's a fact. As the late Gandhi once said, ain't nobody got time for that. Next clip.
The definition of feminism across the board is the social, political, and economic equality of the sexes.
Yes. Why are we only talking about the female inequalities? Why aren't we talking about the male inequalities?
We do not have the same experience. You are not oppressed in the same ways that I am.
Okay.
No, and I'm sure you're not oppressed in the same ways that I am.
You need to acknowledge your privilege first. If people could hear
You need to acknowledge your privilege first. I'm so sick of hearing about privilege. Anyone that believes that privilege shit, especially in 2024, really needs their head checked. This shit is nuts. You need to acknowledge your privilege first. This broad, my goodness, I hope she doesn't have children. Straight up. She's gonna fucking turn them into animals.
that about themselves and not be defensive, I think that we could probably push the needle forward a lot faster. As a woman, I'm not sure that I'm concerned whether or not you want to join as a man.
At least she identifies as a woman, I think.
Is that not part of the issue? But that's segregating that's segregating genders. If you're saying that you don't care about my opinion as a man, that goes against everything the
I don't
feminist
care
movement goes.
about reshaping and forming my feminism in a way that is digestible for you as a man.
This soy boy is getting totally railed, and it's hard
Dude,
to
tell her to go fuck
However,
herself.
This does highlight the main reason men are going their own way to begin with. There's no way to tap into the mind of someone that's clinically insane. Trying to reach a Western thought like this is like trying to carry water in your hands across the Sahara. It's a futile gesture that none of us care to explore. Here are the top comments. Claims that feminism is about equality for all, then dismisses him completely.
It's about equality for all, then you
Three
dismiss
things:
it.
feminism, irony, and lists. She is going to have a lot of interests, only to one day figure out the philosophy she peddles shamelessly will lead to a high body count and the nickname Saggy Maggie. Next clip.
I know, right? I would love to go out and have people hold doors for me, buy me drinks. Now, there's some shit women go through. I know there's slime balls out there. I get it. But most men are not slime balls.
And it's supposed to be the breadwinner. I would like to talk about, maybe having a weekly allowance or something.
How much was So how much is a weekly allowance?
Like my last relationship, he was giving me like $2,000-3,000 every week.
What?
Isn't it funny how some women associated providing men with money and money only? Whatever happened to a man?
Yeah, most of these women only associate money with finding a man. They're all fighting over the 1 fucking percent. Makes no sense. None of them, half of the ones looking for a 1% man aren't a 1% woman. Half of these women will ditch you in a heartbeat when times get tough. And men do the same shit. I'm not just saying women do it. But now, this beta shit is out of control.
Providing information, education, guidance, advice, or even behavior improvement. Do you know why some women consider a man giving them money being the provider of the relationship? Because that is the only thing they would accept from a man. A lot of modern women, they don't want no guidance. They don't want to be told that they need to do better as the female in that relationship. How could that woman from the previous clip, I'm not judging her, how could she be an asset to his life? How can she bring
all she does is take
to his life? Actually goes for a lot of women out there. A lot of women, they are so cool and so content with spending a man's money that he clearly works hard for and don't even pack the man's lunch. Girl, please. These women, they don't even want to master the basics in a relationship. They don't want to cook, they don't want to clean, they don't want to do none of that. They just want to sit there, be pretty, and spend the man's money. And what kind of world do you live in, honestly? And especially, what are you going to do when you get old? Whose money are you going to spend then?
She'll find some other sucker.
And ugly.
Is there any real question as to why men are looking overseas for a wife these days?
Right.
The quick answer? Absolutely not. These chicks think they can make being Eiffel Towered at a local Wendy's a life.
Right. You wonder why people are getting red pill and men are going their own way, and fucking men are going and turning into passport bros. Fucking the American woman in Lodge is trash. Most, not all of them, but in Lodge, they're trash. Every woman wants to argue. I can't think of a woman that I've been with that never argued with me when I tried to constructively criticize. My ex would get so mad if I said something about like parenting or suggested something. Like, I can't even talk to you without you getting mad, thinking I'm fucking picking on you. What are you talking about? Like, they don't want to hear shit. They just want the money.
Long career. Not only that, but they think a high-value man will be waiting around the corner to give them a...
And see, the same thing with the red pill movement and shit. It does the same thing as feminism in a different way. It's probably saving young men, though, in a fucked up way. I don't think I don't think... Actually, I take that back. I get why they do it, but it's this... See, you see how it fucks things up? It's almost like feminism. Men need women, and women need men. Men need to be good to women. Women need to be good to men. People need to stop just fucking everybody and find someone they can love and be with and build a family with. And for Christ's sakes, go get married. And I can't believe the amount of divorces nowadays. Majority of divorces, look it up, I think 70% of them come from women. Only 30% of men apply for divorce. Why is that? Most men are trying to hang in there. It's the women who aren't willing to. I wonder if feminism has anything to do with it. I'd be willing to bet it has a large impact.
Are raised for doing so. It's the same reason so many threes join OnlyFans thinking they can circumvent responsibility, only to find out later that the world could care less. Here are the top comments. $3,000 times 52 weeks equals
$3,000 a week is
I'm just doing the math.
$156,000.
Like 2 to 3K every week? No way did that happen. No freaking way. Notices she's...
TikToks.
Play War Thunder now. Join millions of players across the globe in massive battles on tanks.
Talking about how being an independent woman is so much better, and it's amazing that you don't have to depend on anyone else, but I'm exhausted. I own my own house. I can pay my own bills. I work full-time 5 days a week. I'm a full-time single mum, and
there you go.
I think it's just exhausting because of how lonely it can be. So I go out, I go clubbing just to be surrounded by people, or my one night a week that I don't have my baby boy, and I'm lonely, and it's sad because all I do is cook, I clean, I take care of my son, and I work, and I hate this system, and I hate the dating scene. If you've been single, you know what the dating scene looks like in 2023. It's non-existent. It's a bunch of just people in hookup culture, and as much as I've tried to do that, it's not for me. It just makes me feel worse about myself.
That hookup culture, I don't understand. I don't understand how people can just sleep around with anyone a different day, a different week, a different night. I don't know. I couldn't look in the mirror. I really couldn't. Maybe I'm old school. Maybe I'm a prude. I always wanted to be married and have a family. I read the Bible as a kid. I saw my parents do it. Even if they were dysfunctional at times, they did love each other. They did provide for us. I'm sure it was far more beneficial me growing up this way than what could have been. But that hookup culture is going to hit a day where it gets old. It's not going to last forever.
Shocked. Perhaps the most poetic part of this feminist failure is that this unfaithful broad ended up doing what she should have been doing to begin with. Cooking, cleaning.
That's crazy, KGT. That's horrible. I would fucking never talk to my mother or them again.
And practicing loyalty. And yet, she still hasn't learned her lesson. She still does the exact thing that got her trapped in the first place. She goes out to Chad and Tyrone to fill the void. Pun intended. Definitely deserve it.
That's crazy. I thought she was at work. She said she was at work. So this is what we doing? This is what we doing? I'm doing too much. This is what we doing?
You been cheating on me.
What you mean? So you cheat? No, bro.
You doing too much.
Damn. All I do for you, bro?
You don't do nothing
All
for
I
me.
do for you?
What? Don't put him in there.
Damn, you grimy, dog. Look at this.
Wow.
Look at him.
They caught their homie's current girlfriend cheating at the party on his birthday.
That's horrible.
Because I feel like I'm gonna be abandoned right now.
You are, bitch. You cheated.
Else who tried to fucking leave me, and I just don't know what to do.
You made a decision and you
Leaving
got caught.
me? Decision to do what? Like,
You raped somebody and you got caught.
it wasn't even that
You went behind my
serious.
back and
It
you
wasn't
went
that
to
serious.
He was a
Stop. Stop.
He was a hooper. He played basketball.
Yes. But it wasn't that serious. Like,
Y'all like
stop.
actually.
Yeah, but it was just a one-time thing. and
Oh,
we
just
never
won my
texted.
ass.
It was
Fuck
even
you.
For that long. So I don't even know why you're bugging. Like, it was not even for that long.
You're a better woman than I am, man.
Get off of me.
Someone might have died.
Like, stop. Just please. Like, you're overreacting.
You're not overreacting.
I only did it because you didn't answer your fucking phone. Like, you never answer your phone. Like, you're never there for me.
You know what I'm doing.
Never
I'm always
there
at the
for
gym.
me. What gym? What gym are you at?
You know what
Like, what
gym I'm
gym opens that? Like, you're a fucking liar.
The kid is trying to he's on his way to a basketball scholarship. Finds out his girl's cheating on Thanksgiving at a party while he's working on his game. Get rid of her now. You should thank God you found out now. But see, society makes this shit okay. She can just fuck around, no big deal. There's no consequences. Fuck you. See you later.
Like, you don't even care about me at all.
How long was this going on for?
Like, for a month, but it wasn't even that serious.
Did you read that book?
Yeah, but yeah. Why are you asking?
This is a huge cause of feminism. Don't need a man. I can just run around the town being a slut. And then, oh shit, I got caught being a slut. My man that might go to the NBA don't want me no more. I feel like I'm being abandoned. I'm the victim, even though I cheated on him on fucking Thanksgiving and destroyed his mental while he's trying to do something with his life and loved me. It's fucking disgusting. And men do this shit too. And it's all because society made it acceptable. We don't need God. We don't need morals. We don't need women, don't need men. And there's many other things. It's disgusting.
Crazy sounds in here.
Is it just me that sees it? Am I the only one that sees this shit? Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Let's stop and talk for a minute. Am I the only one that sees it? I'd rather be a virgin the rest of my life. Straight up, Brent. Feminism caused this. Actions for free love, no boundaries. You're above the man. You don't need men. Absolutely. Yeah, he didn't listen to her bullshit. He walked out of the car. She's screaming, "You abandoned me." She could, if he was a basketball player, she could write a fucking, well, if he became pro, she could write a tell-all tale. Make money off the guy still. It's the feminist playbook. They get to do whatever they want while the world got to revolve around them. And if it doesn't, I'm oppressed. Yeah. Perfectly said, Jet. I love you, man. That's a great way to word it. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's everywhere. It is. KGC says no. As a woman, I see it. My husband and I talk about this all the time. This is why it's important you honor your vows. And if you're in a relationship with someone, you love them. You hope to marry them. Not just fuck them. Excuse my language. But it's the truth. Not just use them for their money. Not just what they can do for you. If you're with someone, you're a team. You're supposed to be. If one member of the team goes down, the other member of the team should pick up the slack. That never happens anymore. Very rarely. Mark Cassidy said he was smart to film that. She could file a fake report, ruin his life. Well-known tactic when they get caught. Absolutely. That's why I haven't gone and got some of my shit, Mark. That's why I haven't still gotten my stuff from my old place, because I'm like, it's not even fucking worth the risk. It's my word against hers. I'm not fucking worth it. It's not worth it. I got to roll a blunt for this Momo shit. John Smoot says, I think the man doing the talking hit it on the head. Voids in someone's life. Some turn to sex, drugs, gambling, etc. It's not just women. We become a society unable to cope. Well said. Well said. I don't know what only FA means. We heard of people at a soccer game talking, and the man asked if she changed her last name because she got married, and she said no. What is wrong with you? Yeah, you should do that with pride. I said this earlier. Sex doesn't mean anything to a lot of people anymore. No, it's causing massive problems. Bring someone with me. Yeah, I don't even care. It's not even worth it. It really ain't at this point. It's just clothes. There's some nice clothes, my winter clothes and shit, but it's really not worth it. It's really not worth it. OnlyFans is hurting females more than they know. Yeah, we looked into that the other night as well. OnlyFans girls are the most delusional people on earth, next to a woke liberal with blue hair that identifies as a fucking mountain lion. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Let's get back to it. If you would like to donate to the channel, you can do so via Cash App. Nate's Live, NATESLIVE, via Cash App to support the channel. You can also do so via Super Chat or Super Stickers, Super Messages. Thank you to all that donate. I can't wait to go get some new equipment. It's coming, baby. Bring someone with me. I left all my shit at my ex's house and she threw it all in the garbage. Yeah, that's probably where it is anyway. They're trying to make it the norm. Yeah, pheromones, chemicals released by females during sex that they bond with the partner. The more partners, the less bond with the last guy in line. Yeah. Yeah, it's a spiritual thing when you sleep with someone. You take on, like, I believe that. I really do. Call me crazy. But you definitely, the part of your soul, I think, goes with them or something. You know what I mean? Like, the more people you sleep with, that it don't matter, and it don't matter. And you value yourself less. It's just, if a man and a woman can get together and have each other's back, man, and that's intimacy. Everyone thinks intimacy is just having sex. That's not intimacy. Intimacy is telling everyone your darkest secrets and them never getting out. Talking to each other, laying in bed, and talking about deep things like when you get older and, morbid shit. It's a spiritual connection. You're absolutely right, Jet. It's not just, this is who I'm with. Let's just have fun and pay the bills. I'm just with them because what they can do for me. Or I'm just with them because they fuck me good. It should be an all-encompassing thing. And I think people getting loose sexually has destroyed America almost single-handedly. Because if the family was still strong, look at back in the day. This is why I want to prove to you guys tonight. Back in the day, nowadays, every family has a house. Like, my aunts and uncles have their own homes. All us kids had our own homes. Back in the day, you and your family bought a house with 3 different floors, a 3-story house, and the whole fucking family lived in the house, and you saved money that way. They made it in America where people look down at you for that shit. Some places it's not even they don't even want people to live like that no more. So destroying the family has a huge impact on society and economically. Not for the world economy, but for people that are trying to survive. Regular people like us, it has a huge effect on it. Because now they got you right. Everyone gets married, or everyone's got to get out of the house when you're 18, you're out. No one fucking hangs around together no more. If you have your whole family living in a 3-story house that's big, it'll be way cheaper. The family's together. You can help raise the kids. You can help pay bills. Everyone has each other's back. Your wife is not going to leave. She's attached to the family. Your husband's not going to leave, because if he leaves, he's letting down the whole family. It's a family. There's branches on the family tree. It's not just the trunk. It has a huge impact, what they've done. Huge. Now they got everyone paying 10 different mortgages, and you don't own shit. And people paying rent because it's not... America says it's not okay for someone 40 to live with their mom who's 62 and everyone help each other out. It's frowned upon. You look like a scumbag. You're in your mom's basement. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. They know what, man, whoever fucking wanted this shit to turn into what it has done a wonderful job. But we could stop it ourselves. If people went to old school shit and went back to that, it wouldn't matter what the government did because people would have each other's backs. Families would not fall apart. They wouldn't. We'd be too strong. So they destroy the family before they do all the other shit. Maybe I'm thinking too deeply into it, but think about it. Right? If you and all your relatives lived in one big house, no one would be hurting for money. You'd be fucking chilling. You'd probably be balling. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
I'm sorry for cheating. Cheating's not what I do. But I found out you cheated on me, so I cheated on you. Who's this?
Once a classic, always a classic. Men, the blame game is practiced so heavily among Western 304s that we're surprised it's not an Olympic event. For many of these women, infidelity has been relabeled as a heroic escape. Luckily for most of the people watching this, we have a keen sense of smell. We know never to go near the wharf because there's a lot of nasty stuff out there. Here are the top comments for the second to last clip. Did you rebound for him? This really hits deep. It wasn't even for that long. She gets caught cheating, but you're the liar.
Right.
Bro, best thing you can do is stay single, bro. These women out here have no morals or values anymore.
But
Marketing genius.
Staying single
How
sucks
is he
too.
So calm. I would have been fuming. I did it because you didn't answer your phone. Huh? You're overreacting. Bro being so chill. The stoic knows never to waste their energy on a lost thought. The stoic knows never to waste their energy on a lost thought. Next clip.
Can small things make a real impact in the world? When it comes to helping children, there's no such
Yeah, you might be one of the last ones, C. White. Me too. Catches his friend's wife cheating on him.
Caitlin! So this is the dude you cheated on your husband with? No, you cheated on your husband with this guy. That's awesome.
An oldie, but a goodie.
Good for him.
This guy catches his buddies 304 in the act.
I hope my friends would tell me.
To that. In the West,
what a good friend.
Is a
Caitlin! So this is the dude you cheated on your husband with?
Nice.
No, you cheated on your husband with this guy. That's awesome.
An oldie, but a goodie. This guy catches his buddies 304 in the act, and we have to raise a glass to that. In the West, marriage is a losing game. Those who convince themselves otherwise end up paying the ultimate price. This size men's husk.
Why would a guy fucking risk getting married? This shit is accepted. Women don't get in trouble for it. Men do the same shit. Women go through it too. Not nearly as much. Look at the statistics. And all she's got to do is go get a fucking divorce. She might end up with half of his shit. And she's going to fuck this dude. And she'll probably end up with half of this dude's shit.
The female probably ran off with
but women got it tough.
Half the poor guy's income and didn't even keep the affair private. Unfortunately, any of us could have told him what the future holds for dating. The top comments are, side dude's appetite unaffected, LOL.
Right, he didn't even care. He's probably got another one just like her. He's probably a piece of shit too.
Now he managed to fend for himself. He is a guy after all. In contrast to the last clip, this guy got off easy. If there were a ring around her finger, she would have been able to give him a black eye and still get a judge to take his car to court. Here's another one.
He's been cheated on by his girlfriend and his reaction is just perfect. While on vacation, he notices her constantly chatting with a man named Andre. After confronting him, she immediately regrets her actions.
I mean it. Like, I really mean it.
I told you for the millionth time. I don't want to do nothing, bro. I don't want your account. I don't want you to block no one. I don't even want you 6 feet from me, girl. I want you to pack your things. You're going home. That's it.
You're going bye-bye.
That's it. There's not much to talk about. There's not much to
Good for him.
You lost me, bro. You lost me, honestly, like about an hour ago because...
And it sucks, right? Because that girl doing that shit, it fucks this dude's head up. He won't admit it. Most men won't admit it. That shit hurts. That shit hurts. Women don't give a fuck. She don't give a fuck. She's good looking. She'll fucking do it to someone else. This kid might not admit it. He's fucked up over it. I don't know a man that's been cheated on that ain't fucked up over it. Or a man that been ghosted for fucking something retarded or for no reason or a woman just breaks up with a man over some feminist ideals. It fuck you up as a dude. And then that fucks everything up for relationships down the road. This is what I'm saying. Society and feminism and this woke bullshit all put together into one. And the propaganda, it's fucking destroying families.
Stupid. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to talk, I'm talking calmly with you. I'm not even raising my voice at you. I'm asking you to pack your things. I was willing to do anything and everything for you. Really, I really was. Because I brought you out here.
That's right, John.
Crazy.
Stop, please, no.
For men, simp sauce is no different than battery acid. Once you take a swig, your burns cost you in more ways than one.
Absolutely.
The thoughts in these clips always cry when they're put in the hot seat, but we all know that they weren't weeping.
And that young man may act like he's not hurting. He's fucking hurting. No one's ever been cheated on and not felt like a piece of dog shit after. Cheating on someone's abusive. I don't care what no one says. That shit's abusive. You could just break up with the person. And even that's fucked up. If you guys been together a long time, it's still kind of fucked up. If you've been together with someone a long time and you shouldn't just break up, you should try and work on it. I know not all relationships work. I get it. But it's all because people don't honor each other. People don't care about each other. Everyone is disposable nowadays to most people. I want to see what the chat had to say. Americans aren't weak. F around and find out. No, but some are. And we're getting weaker. A lot of Americans are weak. Or they've been not doing what they should be to be strong. People aren't good friends anymore. He'll never trust a female again. Nope. That's what I'm saying. And that shit happens to girls too. How many young girls, right, finally decide to be intimate with someone before they're married, sleep with the guy breaks her heart. She's all fucked up now. If her dad wasn't in the home, she's got daddy issues. So she's just going to, and then you got feminism saying you don't need a man. It's a fucking perfect storm. It's a perfect fucking storm. And it works with the men and the red pill shit. It works in the same way. John Smoot says, blame internet hookup sites too. People order up sex like they order pizza. I agree. That's exactly what I told my ex. It's mental abuse. Cheating on someone? Absolutely. It's fucking abusive. Abusive. Horrible. It's not right. If you love someone or you're going to be in a relationship with someone, you should damn well know you should treat them right. Treat them right, or don't be in a relationship with them. Oh, Reba, blow your nose. I have a deviated septum and bad allergies. I relate.
In the end, it's...
I admit I treated my husband like crap when we first got together because I had no trust. He would talk to me and work me through it. 4 years now, and I have no worries or concerns. Yeah, he's a good man. He's patient. You should tell him that so he knows you love him. You should tell him that you're sorry and you know that you weren't easy to deal with. It'll go a long way. I think women don't understand men like to be told they're doing a good job. I think a lot of women think men are, even if they're a manly man and they don't come off like it, men like a good tap on the back once in a while. A good job. Make them a fucking sandwich. I'm not saying you don't, KGT. I'm just saying. I think women think men are fucking a lot harder than they really are. That's pretty wild. Yeah, it can happen that way too. Everyone's situation is different. I'm talking in large. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. We're looking into the pussification of America. Some of it has to do with how you're raised too, but feminism plays a huge role in it. Huge role. Feminism, woke shit. Feminism didn't become what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be for equal rights for women and done. It turned into you don't need a man. Victimhood is a currency. It really is. It really is. Weak fathers is feminism. Absolutely. I want to show also, there's a video of, there was this game show. It was a survival game, men against women. And these were all women that were feminists for the most part on the women's team that thought they could do a better job than men. It's pretty eye-opening. Pretty friggin' eye-opening. Let me see if I can find it underneath my history quickly. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Okay, Jason H. Thank you. You have a good night. Yeah, I live at home with my mom. See what I mean? Taking care of my mom after my father died, and I'm going through a separation. I'm a piece of shit. Gotcha. Thanks for letting me know. Loser. But it also hurts in other ways. It makes it so men don't want to even help women in some cases. In some cases. They get so mad when I start showing some shit that destroys the shit they stand on. They get so fucking mad. It's really wild. Really wild how some people just lose it. Probably because it goes after their political beliefs, but I don't give a fuck. It's bullshit. And it's not helping anyone. Bear with me. I want to show you this video because it's great. It's absolutely great what it shows. You cry victim about everything. Okay, Jay. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I'll try and work on that. Unreal. Oh, I'm just bringing something to light. I'm not crying victim about nothing. Fucking bozo. You got another 1 million channels to go watch. Go watch one of them. You got your little bit of attention. Now go have fun with yourself. Oh, it never ends. Never ends with assholes. It's because all they watch is brain rot. All they watch is material that rots your brain. God forbid they learn something. Oh. No, most of them don't care. There's massive amounts of feminists as teachers in public schools. Absolutely. Here come the trolls. Absolutely. How about you actually know what the conversation is before you start making smart-ass comments? The keyboard warriors are part of the problem, too. Yeah. Yep. Certainly is. Bozos. Bozos. That's some of the shit that's making America stupid, too. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Here we go. Men destroy feminists in survival competition. But they don't need a man. You don't need a man. Wait till you see this one. I won't even argue cognitive dissonance. You can't even argue that topic with them. You won't get anywhere. I tried to one time with one. You can't even argue it. You can't even get anywhere. This one's pretty good. Like, share, subscribe. I'm not a whiner. I just want the world to be better, man. I want people to see the mistakes we're making, in my opinion. I want people to fucking tell me if it's just me. Yeah, Okie, I told you to stop getting your panties in a bunch. You get ready to flip out. You're all worried. Now you're all souped. You're welcome.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. You're in. Here we go, puppy dog. Yes.
So this is the game show, Men vs. Women. Men destroy feminists in survival competition after they said we don't need men. This is great.
Surely I'm going to die soon. We have nothing to drink. We don't know where we are.
I don't want to sound too cocky too early.
No, I don't think we should.
I don't think we should at all. But right now, we're winning.
You just order me about all the time.
She goes on about those potatoes anymore. I'm just stubborn.
This is the male version.
They can't even get along. They're already fighting. It's day one.
I feel dreadful. Honestly, I feel absolutely dreadful. I never thought I would be so desperate for food and water.
We don't care.
The water was not an issue.
Yeah.
And actually, dehydration was your own fault rather than lack of water.
The expedition party are dehydrated, hopelessly lost, and wandering directionless.
Walking is painful now.
All night, no dry clothes and no fire, because we have to make mistakes. Darling.
It's just another day. It's just another day for a dude. Women are freaking out. For a man, you go through that shit every day if you don't have an office job.
Need to be with my family, and I just need to be at home.
We do not care.
All the decisions we've made thus far have been made collaboratively. We've not needed to conform to a system where there's a leader.
Your disorganized group with no leader is the reason why you can't even figure out how to purify water, which is what led to this.
Call the medics! She's drowned! Run! Fainted!
We're winning.
I don't want to drink the water. It tastes
Decent water. The water was not an issue.
It's 2:30 now. No sign of a fire.
Oh, I bet she's a blast to be around no matter where she is.
If I hadn't turned up today, and I turned up in 6 months, I bet these guys would be in pretty good shape.
It feels like my purpose on this island is just to be dehydrated. So
The women have now been without water for more than 48 hours, and they are dangerously dehydrated.
I feel really drained.
This is eye-opening. These women were feminists going in. They didn't need a man. They didn't need shit from no one. They were going to show the men what was up. They had to give these women enough rations to make it the entire time. You can find this show if you don't believe me. This ain't some made-up shit. This is a show that Bear Grylls did. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Let's look at some feminism a little bit more. Tell me how it's working for people. Feminism is the worst. I don't care what no one says. I'm all for women's rights. I'm all for women's rights. But feminists, no. I don't need a man. I don't need shit. Yeah, you need the government if you don't need a man to pay them bills. You liar.
Another day, and once again, no breakfast.
Pass me a bit. It's like snake crisps.
Like pork, it's very like pork scratching.
Almost 2 weeks without a meal. The group is at the point of starvation. If they don't eat soon, there's a genuine risk their organs will start to shut down.
But when the pounds are dropping off because of starvation and malnutrition, it's a dangerous mindset to have. And it really is not a cause for celebration.
135 pounds. Harvey.
I used to go to swimming club, right, every Monday.
What's that tell you? She's all happy she lost weight. You're on an island in an experiment. If this was real life, well, it still is real life, whatever. So you're happy to be starving to death on the island. Make it make sense.
Hey, I feel like I'm back there.
I have to say, I don't find starvation a good way of losing weight. I
No.
don't think we should be celebrating.
Look at the size of that.
I can't get the Titanic picture in my head.
That was like Titanic. Shit, if I was Kate Winslet, it was Leonardo.
I really thought we were going to have some until we left the island.
You really thought you were going to
watching
win?
them realize that they can only say they don't need men while in the comfort of a first world country where men already provide them with everything they need to survive. But they can't even survive a week on their own without men.
Can I size it up? Woo!
He's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. He's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us.
Are the biggest I have ever caught in all my life. And one of them is the size of a small dog.
I am eating myself from the inside. I'm just hoping that we can get some food.
Put the stew on, we're boiling the bones down, trying to feed 11 people in the next hour or 2 hours.
I'm starving. I'm thirsty. Like, surely I'm
Still
gonna
no
die
fire.
soon. Stupid place.
Daddy brought home the bacon. Yeah!
But half the group is tied up trying to collect rainwater.
Believe this, how disorganised can they be?
They've hardly collected any water.
Was that the total amount of what we've just got from that rainfall?
I'm struggling.
When in doubt, send Vic out.
The expedition party.
Absolutely, Jet. That's a great point. At the next commercial break, I will talk to you about that in a minute. Man, you're on fire tonight, Jet.
Have spent all day in the searing heat, only to find they've walked in one big circle back to Coconut Beach.
How the f*** did that happen? I don't even understand. We cannot walk anywhere on this island without getting lost.
They got lost not once, but twice. 2 times they walked in one big circle because they were fighting with each other. The feminist men would fail just as miserably too. Many of them. All of them just about. Large majority. Most men are super feminine now. Most men couldn't do that shit. Definitely. Those guys will be telling their grandchildren about how much fun they had, yeah. And the feminists will be telling them how they were oppressed on a communist island. It's fucking nuts. But that's how soft we've gotten. Right? They don't need men in a first class country, in a first world country. They don't need men. Bullshit. It's because men do everything around you without you knowing it. In large. Not everything, but a lot of shit. Men build roads. Men build bridges. Men build houses. Men clean sewers. Men do all the jobs women wouldn't dare to do. Not all women, but most. And you have the audacity to say you don't need a man? Little do you know, a man has a hand in almost everything that you are privileged enough to use in society. So let's talk about privilege. You want to talk about privilege? I don't think they want to talk about privilege. Boy, not much is more privileged than that. Please like, share, subscribe. This is why men need to start working out, getting in shape, taking care of themselves. Even if you're my age and single, start taking care of yourself. Make sure the woman that you gonna be with, you honor, and she honors you. This is why they don't want people sleeping with each other until marriage. That's why that was a big fucking, saving your virginity is a big deal. There's a reason that society worked that way. I don't find it odd that things were much better when people waited until they were married to have sex. There's a huge reason for it. We are lacking morals terribly. And feminism has caused a huge lack in morals. It's divided men and women more than anything in this world. I don't know. I'd have to see her character.
Let's rock and roll, boys! Let's rock and roll! I think we made it! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, this is exciting. This is yes!
Why is it you're so adamant you're right all
Just
the time?
hold on. Just, I'm not adamant I'm right.
Yes, you are, because you're dismissing everybody else.
Listen,
Come on, boys! On the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Oh, no. I'm telling you, look at them coming out!
Okay, well, where are we going now? Where are we going now?
Just
No
keep
more
going
confrontation or
straight.
arguing.
I don't want to lead. I'm sorry, I don't want to lead this group. I don't want to.
What the fuck? I can't fucking deal with this.
They went in a circle again on a 2-hour walk. They did it twice. They went in a circle right back to where they came from. They did the same walk and didn't even know it, and didn't get anywhere.
Circled back to Coconut Beach for a second time. Having pushed through the jungle for 2 days, they're not one step closer.
Nice one, brilliant.
For the moment,
I'm sure you might have been a roofer, but these feminist women would never do a job like that.
absolutely buzzing. Yeah, definitely feel like a tribe on a hunt.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Everyone's come out prepared.
You really need to know how I'm feeling.
I feel fine. The other day at the office.
It's really hard.
Oh my God.
I feel really good, yeah.
Oh my God, that's
Yeah, it's enormous.
It's watching us.
no.
Though potentially deadly to humans, a crocodile of this size could provide tens of thousands of calories for the women, who have barely eaten in days. The women decide to walk away from this potentially life-saving feast.
Unreal.
Shifty little got closer, hasn't he? He's not scared of us. Look at me. Look at me. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
You're in. Here we go, puppy dog.
Go.
Nice. Dinner.
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals.
I'd eat a fucking gator or a caiman any day if I was starving to death. The women ran from it. The men said, fuck it, let's be a team. Go after it. I'm not saying all women are this stupid. This is a group of feminists. I want to make that very clear. This is a group of feminists. Exactly, Mark. Oh, the girl has no meat on their bones for the gator. Well, they don't need men. They better figure it out. Right? You don't need men. Figure it out, feminists. If all 4 or 5 of them knew what to do and did what they were supposed to do and worked as a team, they would have been all set. But they'd rather fight.
It's really hard. Seriously, look how much meat there is on that bad boy. Yeah, boy.
Big difference.
I've spent hours rearranging wet knickers and washing all around.
Oh, you're washing the camp, you're outside.
I'm angry.
This bitch is crazy. I've been cleaning knickers and cleaning this camp. We live outside where we don't. What are you talking about? Go find something to eat. You nut. Look at this lady. What are you cleaning? You're stranded on an island.
Wet knickers and washing all around this camp and squeezing it out and hanging it up for you.
I've been biting my tongue but all the time.
You want? You don't want me?
Oh my God! I'm so ill that I just need to sleep. Like my throat, I can't swallow.
Enjoy the idyllic tropical sunshine. I think life isn't too bad after all.
We can't eat because we have no fire.
Does it sound like nowadays when a woman ends up leaving or a man runs away from his family, they can't eat? It's just a different way.
The feast begin, boys. Yes.
Boys get stuck in, it's like chicken.
We have nothing to drink because we can't boil it to purify it and sterilize it.
You had rain. It's the jungle.
Oh, God, I feel like it's after Sunday dinner at home. Absolutely lovely.
We're really struggling, guys. Come on. It's really.
Char grilled to smoky perfection. Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Laugh now, cry later.
God. I'm just so thirsty.
We don't make fries today, we can do it tomorrow.
21 little fishies for the dishes.
Okay. Can't do that.
How was it? Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Crock of this size could provide the men with
all kinds of gains.
All kinds of gains.
I'm looking at your urine results and things here, and I'm looking at your weight charts and everything, and I'm looking at people who.
One over. I just wanted to let you know we need some supplies from you.
Hey, I'm not surprised,
Tonight we feast like kings.
Morning. So I now need to wait for that to get boiled, which is going to take a long time.
Because they literally did nothing the whole time, bro. I'm not trying to pick on women. These are feminists, woke feminists. They all had the same type of age. Each person had the same age as the other people. There's some older people, some younger people on both teams. This was an experiment to see if feminists could win in a survival competition. It did not go well for the feminists. They probably still don't admit they need men in some forms of life. The fucking pot, the water tipped over. Jesus Christ, they can't do nothing right.
Jerry can, and it falls predictably. I knew it was going to fall. By the time she's picked it up, all the water's falling out.
He's a big boy.
You would think after all their failures, they would try to make some changes. But that...
Yeah, J540. Most men would too. Exactly right. But, you know, they make it so, you know, all men are a threat and men are bad. And exactly. You want to go help. These bitches won't even let you. So fuck them.
Would be way too logical, which is why they decided on continuing without a leader, just so they can all be equal.
I think, personally, we need to decide on a leader.
I can hear you're really passionate, Georgina. I totally get it. But I think for me, we collaboratively lead the group.
It's amazing how happy simple things like just finding misses. Life may not be so bad.
Harvey, that system is not working because we've done that. And I think we're stumbling from one day to the next. And now we're in crises.
They can't even decide on a leader.
What do you think has gone wrong?
We're literally starved.
Hey guys. Come on. No, just down in one. Blow
Yep.
and then just get rid of the legs. Just protein in the legs. You said you were hungry. That's man food. Man food. Yeah. Oh, nice. How does that taste? Oh, it's food. I'm proud of you, sir. That was amazing.
But what we need to do is, you know, try and work together without causing arguments, disagreements,
You're just figuring that on day 20?
unnecessary stress.
A few moments later.
I've had enough of everything.
What's your profanity?
With the net set, the men's attention turns elsewhere.
Has anyone had a wank this
Why should I wait somebody to boss me about and tell me what to do? I'll do what I want to do.
You cannot stand there and go, I'm going to do what I want to do, and if someone's telling me what to do, I'm not going to do it. But we all need to come together.
Exactly.
But
The arguments have started already.
It's not an argument, Jane.
This is what happens when you try and elect a leader.
It's amusing how they can't stand each other or work together, even when their life depends on it. They're only focused on their feelings and what they want to do. On the other hand, the men
Like children.
understand they need a leader to get things done efficiently. So they elected the most qualified man without letting their feelings get in the way.
Yeah, I've had a wank. What about none of them rock? Over there. Yeah, we're ready.
Only once.
Right, tell me where you had.
Remind me not to go around there again.
I'll do what I want, when I want. I don't want anybody telling me what to do, bossing me about. Fed up.
And I bet most of these feminist women in their everyday life preach to younger women. Like, oh yeah, just be one with nature, enjoy it. You don't need a man. Well, she's realizing she's one with nature and she probably could use a man. She's depressed as ever. No food, no water. This is not to bash women. This is to show women and men we need each other.
So beautiful.
Jamie!
Jules. What's wrong?
You're so weak.
This is ridiculously wonderful.
I do not want to you on camera today. If anybody films me, I'll kick off.
Oh my God.
What's it like? It's beautiful. Mate, this is amazing. Mate, this is bollocks.
Get Billy and get on the blower. George, don't even get me one. I'll get it.
No, you won't. No, you won't. I knew it. I knew the stereotype was wrong, you know? But I knew they could nail this.
I wouldn't consider getting medical interventions and supply handouts to keep them alive as nailing it, but to each their own.
Right. And they still made Bear Grylls say, yeah, they nailed it. Great job. This is half the shit wrong. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. And you can go watch that show. You can go find it on your own if you think I'm full of shit. It was a Bear Grylls show. It's called Men vs. Women, The Island with Bear Grylls. Check it out if you think I'm full of crap. You go, girl. That's right. Go eat them bugs, right? This is the shit I'm saying. God created women not to lead, but to support men. Support each other. And this is why I can't stand feminism as well. Because they took women out of the home where they were comfortable and treated like queens. Well, they had to, do some stuff around the house and, raise your children so other people don't have to. Feminism destroyed families, and it's going to continue to. There was a female SWAT team that got destroyed at a men's competition as well. I would like to show you that video before the end of the night. But there's a lot of shit going on, man, that we're just weak. We're just weak with a lot of shit. And men are being pussified as well. I'm fat and out of shape. I'm a pussy right now, straight up. But I know it. I don't say, damn, I shouldn't be fat shamed. I say, God damn, I got to lose some weight. Wake up. What are you doing? You're ruining your own life. But modern feminism is destroying men. I don't care what anyone says. It's destroying women. It's destroying families. It's going to destroy the population. That's why I make these videos too. Because one day down the line, if this shit succeeds, which I pray it doesn't, I'm going to be able to look back at these videos and say, told you guys. Or say, see, we were right. Exactly, Mark. Imagine that. Or blaming society. It played a part in it. Trust me. Being stressed out in my job and the way the world works did not help. But at the end of the day, I'm responsible for taking care of me. And I stopped taking care of me because I was taking care of everyone else. But it's still my fault. It's my fault because I didn't take care of me. I should have worried about me at certain points. But that's what happens. Men don't need love. Men don't need affection. Oh, he's a workhorse. He's tough. He'll keep going forever. Then you're broken down and beat down and you're no good no more. See you later, dude. Thanks for helping us while you could. That shit happens a lot. I watched a video the other day of a woman whose husband had a traumatic brain injury and she was trying to leave him for one of his friends. And his friend was hanging out with the wife. Well, the guy's sitting there with a traumatic brain injury and don't really get it. How fucking low can you be? Yep, and if you ask for it, you get called a bitch. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Thank you guys for watching tonight. We're going to look at a video that is titled Modern Feminism, Is It Hurting Men? And they interview people on the street. It's crazy. I talked about it on one of my walks. Because I can identify with it slightly. You know, I worked myself to death in my last relationship, trying to take care of children that weren't mine and her. And when my body failed, it was the beginning of the end. I think if I was still making all that money I was making, she would have stuck around. I really believe it. There was never a problem until I stopped making all kinds of money. Yep. Not all women, but a lot of women will. And I blame feminism for that.
Cis, heterosexual men, absolutely, especially.
And I blame myself.
What rights do you think that men have that women don't today?
A woman can still walk a street and not feel protected versus a man can't.
Women are probably like underrepresented.
Like it started off with great intent, but you have people who abuse the system.
A hatred of masculine energy.
It's like anti-men. Today I'm out here and I'm asking, is feminism still relevant in today's society?
Yeah, absolutely. If anything, it's more relevant now than it ever was.
Yeah, I would say feminism's still relevant today. You know, we built this country, men, but women at the same time got to supply more men, right? With no women, the world doesn't go round.
If you look at like domestic abuse, for instance, we know that it happens to people of all genders, but it seems to be like disproportionately like affecting women.
Is feminism still relevant in today's society?
Yeah, I definitely think it is. They put up with a lot of bullshit. They pull up with sexual harassment. They put up with a whole lot of bullshit that us men just don't have to deal with.
Of course it's relevant. Throughout history, women have been discriminated against.
It is, but I think it's changed a lot. Feminism started out as women's rights, and now it has skewed into something entirely different than what it was.
Are we going too far? Did we do this and all the rest of that instead of being angry?
Now it's morphed into something that's more preaching like a superiority over men kind of stance. Like I work with some people who would...
Look at the new Star Wars. I haven't watched them, but one of my buddies won't watch the new Star Wars because he said that they turned Luke into like this old man that was fucking weak and useless and made him look like shit. You made Luke Skywalker look like a cuck? How fucking dare you? Like, what is wrong with you? Come on. That's why Hollywood is fucking a nightmare. I won't watch anything new that comes out just about. Because it's got that fucking feminist shit to it. You made Luke Skywalker the fucking baddest mother effer, the son of Darth Vader, the greatest Jedi. You turned him into a bum and promoted fucking feminism? What's wrong with you? Little boys need men to look up to in these movies too, you know. I'm not saying it's not okay to have a woman hero, but what the fuck? What's going to happen if all the boys see is women as heroes?
Consider themselves heavy feminists, and they are constantly dogging on men, and they openly say, I hate men. I would say that as long as men are alive, feminism is always going to be relevant.
Why?
Because men.
It's like today we're more polarized than ever before. And if men and women can't get along, it can only hurt society.
That's right.
So there are some radical feminists who generally hate men.
They consider us a hate group.
The patriarchy.
But in today's lack of nuance, is it considered sexist to even question the topic? And if I had to be honest with myself, could I do it without my own bias? I guess we gon' see. What rights do men have today that women don't?
Oh, let's go down the list. A woman can still walk a street and not feel protected versus a man can.
I think we all have equality when it comes to laws.
Men are able to walk out maybe in whatever they want to wear, or, you know, be able to stand strong through societal pressure. I feel like women...
She can walk out in whatever she wants to wear. That's bullshit. Women can wear just about everything they want. You can't walk around naked. Sorry.
And take a lot of precautions just by being a woman themselves, you know.
Statistically, just going into like a corporate setting, if you look at how women are rated on performance review versus men, the language that's used, you know, assertive versus bossy, or kind of the dynamic of how individuals are interacting in the workplace, I do think that there are societal norms that place women at a disadvantage, absolutely.
I think if, so for instance, for pregnancy,
Of course
right,
you
there's
do.
no law saying employers can't like fire you if you're pregnant. Or like abortion, for instance, like that's a law that like only affects women, right?
Well, but don't you think that just kind of explained by like biological differences?
But why does that justify making a law anyway that literally discriminates women?
Oh my God, here we go.
US solar company's nasty little secret?
The woke energy is deep in some of these vids, so Hold on to your hats. There's going to be some woke shit you might not like. But that's what's destroying shit. Playing a huge part in the destruction of men and women in relationships and people getting married and having children. It affects society every way possible, even economically.
Treatments and reality. And so I wanted to take a different view on this topic of equality. Do you think today that women have certain privileges that men don't have?
Yeah, part of that goes into being able to say certain things that, you know, men would get scolded for.
They can just talk completely out of their ass freely. You're not allowed to say nothing back.
Do you think, let's say, like, do men have problems that, let's say, that women don't experience? For example, in statistics, like, men have higher rates of suicide, and, you know, obviously men die more when it comes to, like, wars.
Women can go to war.
Yeah, but how about...
Women can go to war.
It's true. Who's overwhelmingly going to war and dying in wars?
Men. I'm not gonna argue that.
I mean, I feel like the war thing is a little hard to get into just because for the majority, men are going to war. It's not really women going to war, so of course more men die.
Why do you think that is?
I feel like that's just because it's kind of like the roles that society portrayed forever ago. Men are warriors and men are the ones that are fighting, and then women...
Do you think more women should go into war then?
Absolutely not. No woman should ever go into any military.
But wouldn't that be going against equality if you're barring women from going in the military then?
Well, I'm not saying barring, but I'm saying, like, I feel like as a woman, you should know that you're not going to be putting yourself in a healthy situation going into the military. Because, like, it's harder to be a woman in the military than it is to be a man.
I think that feminism is also, it's almost an excuse for behavior. Flashing your tits or something like that, you know, behaviors like that. Like, but if a guy wanted to pull just his balls out, you know, it would be a little less socially accepted for sure. So.
And I agree with that.
Yeah.
Do you think in this sense that men have less privilege today than women?
Privilege is all kind of like how you look at it, what you're looking for. I think I'm pretty privileged. A lot of black people probably don't say they're privileged, so that's kind of how I look at it. We need to just stop looking and thinking everybody got greener grass and kind of just accept the fact we're not in a third world country, you know, with Russia invading us or some bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, life ain't that bad. It's 70, sunny out, chill the fuck out.
And you're high as shit right now, aren't you?
I'm cooked. Thank you.
Now, I don't know what to exactly make of what I'm about to explain to you next, but it may explain what's happening with society today. An experiment called Universe 25 created a mice paradise with an abundance of food and water. The aim was to study behavior over a time period in an attempt to explain human societies. It was all good, but after 315 days, something unexpected happened. The population reached...
Pay attention to this. This experiment is wild. Please pay attention to this. This experiment failed every single time they did it on rats, the same way humans are doing things now. This is profound. Universe 25, it went on from 1968 to 1973. It was a series of rodent experiments showed that even with abundant food and water, personal space is essential to prevent societal collapse.
Universe 25 created a mice paradise with an abundance of food and water. The aim was to study behavior over a time period in an attempt to explain human societies. It was all good, but after 315 days, something unexpected happened. The population reached 600 and a hierarchy was formed with larger rodents starting to attack and cause male rodents to collapse psychologically.
Under those conditions, social behavior broke down.
This led to a new class of males called beautiful males who only care for food and sleep, and isolated aggressive females who didn't want to reproduce. And eventually, society collapsed because of lack of reproduction, lack of care for their young. And the scary part is that after repeating this experiment 25 times, the same results were observed over and over again. A viral Facebook post drew parallels to today's society with weak, feminized men with no protection instincts and overly aggressive.
It's the same thing with weak, feminized men with no protective instincts are overly aggressive.
Females with no maternal instincts.
We need to kill all men.
It's a bit of a stretch, but is it possible that that's what's happening in the West today? Is the negative reaction of feminism coming from the fact that not only are women struggling, but also men?
Everyone's struggling from it.
See what this really means.
Feminism was great for women's equal rights. What feminism is today is terrible. And I know not all women are this way. I'm not picking on women. I love women. I want women to have a great life with a nice guy, have a family, and have the best life they can have together. I want to make that clear.
Ask you, like, what are some, like, examples of misogyny that you faced?
Oh, let's see. I went through there was one time, I'm a psychology major. We were tasked with counting how many times we got catcalled. I realized every time during that month I went to a gas station at nighttime, I got catcalled.
I've seen some of my guy friends literally make 30 grand more than some of my girlfriends, and just because they're men.
But let's say that the pay gap does exist. Why wouldn't firms just hire women then?
They have to find probably quotas at this point.
If the pay gap existed, right, and men make so much more money than women, why wouldn't companies all hire women? If there's such a pay gap, why wouldn't companies just hire women and not hire men? It would be cheaper. I would love a feminist to explain that one to me. I want a feminist to explain to me, if women make so much less money, why don't companies just hire women then? Why would they have a man work for them?
You think there's quotas for men?
No, probably not. There's a lot more men in power in the top 1%. A lot of the women are the ones left in the dust.
There's definitely, like, in the top 1%,
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon, and you should too. Don't spend another dime on Amazon until you watch this.
Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk.
I think there's definitely more men for sure. But
Why don't companies just hire women then? It's so much cheaper to hire a woman. Anybody that supports Kamala Harris would love to explain that to me. Please let me know. I hear a lot of leftists, that's why they don't want Trump in, because of shit like that. If there's a pay gap and women make so much less money, why do companies not hire all women? I'll wait. I don't think anyone can explain that one. I don't think anyone can explain that one. Other than it's a load of bullshit. It's a load of shit. And if you own a company or you do a laborious job or a laborious job, of course a man's going to make more money. He's able to carry more heavy stuff. He can probably produce quicker. It's not about sex. It's about who does the better job. If it was cheaper and better, if cheap is better and the work's better, or if the work's equal, why don't they just hire all women if they pay women less? Because they don't. Because it's bullshit. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Yeah, they'd rather go work on OnlyFans. Not all women. Some women. No answers for it. But I'm just a stupid Trump supporter.
But let's say, like, in the bottom, right? Like, most suicides are men. You know, most people with depression are men. Do we sometimes ignore that to maybe showcase disparities where it might not exist?
Yes, men do have a disadvantage at that point.
So is it fair to say then that both genders at this point maybe have disadvantages in certain situations, but when it comes to the law, they're pretty equal and even opportunities?
Yes, it does have that societal influence more from a social standpoint. It's not necessarily what is placed in the law, but it has everything to do with how people interpret the law for themselves. With women, it's you have to jump through all these barriers in order to even be elected in office.
However, I did hear though, like for every male college grad, there's 2 women college grads. And I believe most college students are actually women. So I guess what would you say to that?
I know that women are probably like underrepresented in like the military or in trade school, so men might find more interest in doing that instead of like getting a bachelor's. So like that's like a whole career path that like women really aren't being encouraged to do as much.
I mean, I guess would you say that there's probably different interests in general between the genders?
Now there's like much more of a push to get women to STEM, so there's like more of that. But when I was younger, there wasn't really that going on.
So it does raise the question: does feminism account for the advancements made, or would they have happened regardless? And if so, is feminism more important than ever to preserve progress and also to prevent regression towards inequality?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it should remain. Originally, it's not a toxic thing. Again, what modern society has morphed it into, especially, you know, things like social media, it has turned it into more of a superiority kind of cloak than it is actually pushing equal rights.
So
she said it perfectly.
Are we at a point now where there's actually male inequality in the West?
That woman said it perfectly. Feminism turned into women's rights to an inequality cloak, a better than cloak. Feminism is at the most toxic fucking point ever. And they have the audacity to talk about, what do you call it? Toxic masculinity. You want to talk about toxic? Talk about feminism. My goodness.
West. And in a video titled exactly that seems to be the case.
My latest book is Of Boys and Men, Why the Modern Male is Struggling and What to Do About it.
But is he just one of those red pill, misogynistic, cisgendered anti-feminists? What he found through his research is that women are leaving men behind in advanced metrics like education and the workforce. In the 70s, Title IX was implemented to close a 13% gap in college degrees between men and women, but now there's a 15% gap in favor of women with degrees. And so today, there's evidence that there's inequality on both sides. And as feminism has pushed more representation for women in STEM, we're not seeing similar efforts for men in female-dominated professions like HEAL or health, education, administration, and literacy. And with blue-collar jobs disappearing, men need jobs. And the thing is, there's availability. For every one STEM job, there's 3 HEAL jobs. But currently, only 26 of those positions are filled by men, whereas 27% of STEM positions are filled by women.
Wow.
So the more controversial a topic, the more we need to look at the nuance. But today, are we
So STEM also hurts men in the workplace.
even able to, or even want a discussion in the first place?
There is electromagnetic energy in that period between.
Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. I want to see what some people say. Good point, Nate. I don't see any answers. I agree, Jay. Feminism was a Rockefeller creation. I wouldn't doubt it. Give them an inch, they will take a mile. Some of them. Feminism is a supremacy movement. It's turned into that. It's turned into that. It's turned into that. It's not nice, man. The way they're pushing it on, like the way what it has morphed into is just horrible. Horrible shit. I also want to look into this video. It's called Unalive All Men. This is pretty scary shit. This one's pretty interesting. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Here we go with another video.
Men, why don't you start out by killing your dad?
Hear that again.
Just be like, kill all men. Why don't you start out by killing your dad?
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
He said some B words be like kill all men. Why don't you kill your dad? I wonder how many women that are feminists' father wasn't in their life. I guarantee a huge amount. I guarantee most women with a dad in their life that was good to them don't become feminists in today's era.
You can't do it. You don't got the balls.
Alright, so I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Today's video is just gonna be us looking at a bunch of idiotic opinions, bad takes. Today we're looking at a TikTok trend that I thought was pretty interesting that I came across called, get ready for this, kill all men. K-A-N. Now, for some reason, if you haven't figured this out already, I happen to be a man. You know, I like being a man. It's pretty cool. I can't say there's many complaints I have with being a man, but we're looking at a group of people who apparently have a problem with men existing on Earth. So yeah, consider subscribing, like the video if you want to, and let's peep it out.
Girl, I'm so done with men. Don't even worry about it. Men are actually slowly going extinct. Wait, what? Scientists have discovered that the male determining gene, the Y chromosome, is so unstable, it's actually disappearing. Wait, so men will...
Fire up the fun with Valley Casino, Rhode Island's first and only casino app has a...
The Y chromosome's becoming unstable. How fucked up is that?
Bruh, they said it'll be extinct in 5 million years. Girl, you are going to be dead
In 5 million years.
by that point. Like, so that means in your lifetime, you're still going to have to deal with men. You're still going to have to talk to men. You're still going to have to fuck with men. I mean, unless you go bisexual or lesbian, which is cool too. I'm a little bit confused because I'm not sure why exactly she's making this video, but I'm sure she'll explain it later.
Yes, in precisely 4.6 million years, men as we know it will cease to exist. Wait, but without men, how will we continue the human race? Women actually have sperm cells in their bone marrows.
I think I've heard this probably around 20 times on my time on the internet, and it seems like people just don't understand or ever do their research about this, but bro, that baby is coming out like this. I hope you know that. Like,
yeah.
There's no evidence or research done yet that says we're at that point yet. Like, you can't make a baby with bone marrow yet at all. By the way, I just want to note that this video had 4 million likes on TikTok. We are straight up stupid, y'all. Like, we are dumb.
That video had 4 million likes on TikTok by that girl. Make it make sense.
I don't know what some of y'all are doing in your free time, but bro, please go outside. Please don't be scrolling on TikTok and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling to the point where you get to this video and you end up thinking it's real. Because I'm starting to think this isn't even a real person by this point. It's like,
We don't even need men to reproduce.
Cap.
And because we only have the X chromosome, we would only make girl babies. Yes, we as a society have progressed past the
Cap. You know, this
Wow.
is the same type of girl that's like fighting for women equality while she's just completely shitting on men. And by the way, what you're saying isn't pushing the message of equality. I just
No.
wanted to make you aware of that. I found a response to this video that I actually found pretty crazy, especially since it was coming from a woman. And when I mean crazy, I mean like crazy good, right? I'm glad another woman decided to weigh in on the situation and be like, all right, nah, this is BS. So let's watch this.
All right, well, I hate to burst your bubble along with 4 million other people.
Oh, shit.
But let's talk about the actual science of this.
Oh.
The Y chromosome is only needed for 2 reasons. 1, it carries the SRY gene. Number 2, it promotes the synthesis of sperm. The Y chromosome
I don't
can
know what you're
eventually
talking about,
disappear,
but
but
it's
it's
facts.
already disappeared in mammals and 2 different species of rats. However, in one case, the SRY gene moved over to the X
She's
chromosome.
going into the
So I really
science
hate
of
to
this
burst
shit.
your bubble,
All
but
right,
men are
listen.
not-
I can't say I know like anything she's talking about. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm just gonna trust the idea that this person made the other person look stupid, and I'm gonna run with it. This is the face of somebody who genuinely hates their own life. You know, why kill all men? Like, why is that the message y'all are trying to push? Like, does this person probably have daddy issues?
Yeah.
Probably. I'm not gonna say yes for sure, but
Probably.
yeah, it's probably. This next TikTok I'm not gonna play because it had copyrighted music, but I'll just read it for you. Not all men, but my coworker wouldn't stop calling me beautiful last summer. So if you don't know what she means by not all men, it's basically like a response to people saying that, oh, it's not all men that are doing the sexual assaulting, which is true. Not even close to all men are doing that. So she responds with this, as if she dealt with something extremely traumatizing. Bro, you got called
You got called beautiful and you're mad about it? That says everything I need to know about you.
beautiful. I mean, while I'm gonna respectfully disagree, can we not call girls beautiful anymore? Is that like off limits now? I thought y'all wanted that.
Don't call me beautiful. That's sexual assault. Fucking nuts.
I bet. How much y'all want to bet that she blushed after she got called beautiful and then went to being angry? She didn't just stick with her initial feeling. Like, bro, you did not get harassed. This is probably the best compliment you can get when it comes to getting complimented for your looks. Like, you know, you could have said you got a fat ass, right? And that's a little out of pocket, right? Just a little bit. You know, girls aren't really gonna like that much.
At Staples, we're experts in your world of work. We go beyond office supplies with furniture, break room, cleaning supplies, and more. We work hard to understand.
Is it just me?
I mean, some do, but being called beautiful.
Is it just me? Oh my God, he called me beautiful. That's terrible. It's so annoying. He gave you a nice compliment. He didn't bother you. He just said you were beautiful. If it bothered you, you could have told him, please don't tell me I'm beautiful. But you'd look like a psycho, so you probably didn't want to do that. So you go and hit the internet and make this big whole fucking thing crying about someone called you beautiful? America has become so soft and woke and feminized. Don't call me beautiful. I don't get it. I would love for someone to call me beautiful.
Beautiful, on the other hand, that's different. Next up, we have somebody taking a Charlie D'Amelio video and putting their own text over it saying, why do men even have rights? I don't know myself. No, I'm actually starting to wonder, why do I have rights? Like, I really should be just in jail, right? I should fuck myself. I mean, I'll give a good reason why. We're human? I don't know how anybody could ask this question seriously. Why do men have rights? That is just as absurd as saying, why do women have rights?
Touching my door is assault.
You ever cut me off again like that, you're gonna have a serious fucking problem.
Touching my door is assault.
Touching my door is assault.
Okay.
Are you a fucking retard or what? Are you a fucking retard?
Dog, okay, he was a little out of pocket for calling her that, bro. You just chill out, bro. Chill out. I get your frustration. Dude, he went off on her ass. Touching my door is assault. God, you are just stupid. Some women will just find any way to be a victim when they're not even close to being a victim. I hate it. I hate to see it, really.
Remind me that I don't need a man and men are useless. What should I remember?
Hey Alexa, remind me to never scroll on TikTok for more than 30 minutes because I'm gonna end up like this. You know, a consistent trend with a lot of these videos is that they all say men are useless, right? Which isn't true. We all know this. I don't have to explain this at all. I don't have to give any reasons. Y'all know this, right? Y'all should. Like, women and men are both very, very useful, right? So I'm beginning to think that all these girls were just hurt by one of their exes, like they got broken up with or something like that, and now they're just
it's not that.
Hate wave,
it's feminism,
or a hate train, whatever you want to call it. I just think they're hurt. I think they got heartbroken, and this is just the result of it. This is the extreme side of it.
Mothers to be careful, and they'll obsess over controlling their wives and daughters because they know deep down they too assume that men are all the same. But to everybody else, it's not all men. So to those men, instead of trying to distance yourself from the problem because you can't get over your bruised male ego, realize that if you refuse to acknowledge the problem by derailing the...
So basically she's saying all men sexually assault.
Oh my God.
That is all I got from this. Do I really even need to say anything? Yeah, nah.
In case you forgot today, here's your reminder: men are useless beings.
This is the face of somebody who just got dumped by their boyfriend because they wouldn't stop scrolling on TikTok and eating chips. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I've ever seen such an idiotic trend. And you know, I'm not really even going to sit here and say I'm offended because it's not worth it to get offended over this type of stuff. It's just, we're just laughing at dumb stuff, as we usually do on this channel. So if you did enjoy, make sure to leave a like if you want to, and subscribe if you want to. And yeah, that's all I really got for this video. Hope y'all have a great rest of your day. Make sure y'all don't.
But that's a new TikTok trend. That's a new TikTok trend. KAD. I mean KAM. KAM. Kill all men. Real nice. All young girls doing it too. It's fucking. Where did they learn that from? Nate, how do you think this gets reversed? I feel like we need to be brought to the brink of losing it all for people to forget all this dividing bullshit. No, we don't got to go to the brink of losing it all. We got to get back to what worked. Got to get back to the old school ways. We had it right. We had it right. We don't anymore. And this is weakening men. This is weakening men. It's weakening women. It's weakening American society. It weakens everything. The economy, the home, the family. We've looked at it from all sides tonight. And it's fucking nuts. It's nuts. Our military's weak as fuck. We've got all the bells and whistles. We got all the shit that to do damage from Air Force and missiles and shit. But if it ever came to hand-to-hand combat, our military would get destroyed. The Navy makes you run 1.5 miles in 22 minutes now. That's fucking nothing. That means you gotta, like, I can walk fucking 2 miles faster. I could probably walk 2.5 miles in 22 minutes. They're making people do that to be in the military. We become so woke and feminized. And it's because of this victimhood type shit. Feminism, what feminism has become is just victimhood. It's just victimhood. And it's hurting men and women's relationships. I think it's horrible. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Let's check out tonight's poll. If you'd like to support the channel, you can cash app Nate's Live, NATESLIVE at Cash App to help support the channel. 55% of the poll says Americans are weak. Most Americans weak. 55% says yes. 45% says no. I say yes. I hate to say it, but I'm not going to lie to myself. We've been divided in every form of society, Mark Cassidy says. In a lot of ways, people need to wake up and start loving each other. Young people need to get married. Honor each other. You can have a great life with someone wonderful if you guys just do the right thing and honor each other and have each other's backs. Stop sleeping around. It's not good.
Message. This is where at Oxford Union, and he's invited, and he's not necessarily speaking to people that agree with what he has to say. Just go ahead and play it. You'll see what I'm talking about.
I want to talk to those of you who are woke and who are open to rational argument. A small minority, I accept. Because one of the tenets of wokeness is, of course, that your feelings matter more than the truth. But I believe in you. I believe there are those of you here who are woke, who are open to rational argument. So let me make one. We are told that your generation cares more than any other about one issue in particular, and that issue is climate change. We're told that many of you suffer from climate anxiety. You wish to save the planet. And for tonight, and tonight only, I will join you. I will join you and...
I can't imagine suffering from climate anxiety. You suffer from climate anxiety? Well, then there's a problem with society making people worry about that shit.
Worshipping at the feet of St. Greta of climate change. Let us all accept right here, right now, that we are living through a climate emergency and our stocks of polar bears are running extremely low. I join you in this view. I truly do. Now, what are we to do about this huge problem facing humanity? What can we in Britain do? We can only do one thing. You know why? This country is responsible for 2% of global carbon emissions, which means that if Britain was to sink into the sea right now, it would make absolutely no difference to the issue of climate change.
Nope.
You know why? Because the future of the climate is going to be decided in Asia and in Latin America.
Yep.
By poor people who couldn't give a shit about saving the planet. No, thank you. No, thank you. It's going to be decided by poor people in Asia and Latin America.
Anyways, it's great to have you on the podcast.
Thank you.
Love the work you're doing. Love the fact that you're going out there pushing the envelope through logic, through reason, and forcing them to come back and say, you don't make sense, but you do. So, good to have you on. For the audience that doesn't know your background, how did you go from, where you are today, but how did you first get started? Maybe take a minute and share your background with the...
Okay, so born late Soviet Union. Most of my family had to flee or escape for one reason or another, mainly for saying the wrong thing, so it kind of runs in the family with me. And that informs a lot of my worldviews, because many of the things that are happening now in Western societies, in the UK, and to some extent in America, I see as parallel to what we had in the Soviet Union. So, for example, just give you one brief example, political correctness. Do you guys know where it comes from? Political correctness had never had anything to do with being nice to people, not offending anybody, anything like that. Political correctness was invented in the Soviet Union for one reason and one reason only, to say to people, what you're saying is factually correct, but it's politically incorrect. And that meant it was inconvenient to the party line of the day. It was a way of enforcing an ideology on everybody else. My grandfather, late Soviet Union, said the wrong thing about the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Boom, lost his job, his wife fired from her job. Again, is that so unfamiliar to the world that we increasingly live in now? So that was the thing. But look, you were right. I started as a stand-up comedian in the UK. I was just doing stand-up, didn't really care about any of this stuff. And then in 2018, I was gigging at a comedy club. Some students saw me. They invited me to help raise money for charity at their college. And when they invited me, they sent me what they called a behavioral agreement contract.
Oh, my goodness.
Which said that they had a zero-tolerance policy on racism, sexism, classism, ageism, ableism, homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, xenophobia, Islamophobia, anti-religion, anti-atheism.
Arachnophobia.
And also said that all jokes must be respectful and kind.
Before you go perform.
Before you go.
This is 2018. Come on, this is pre-COVID.
Okay.
The antithesis of what comedy is supposed to be, pushing the envelope.
Right.
You can't even do comedy anymore. Listen to what this comedian just had to sign off on to go perform at a college when he was getting started out. Every fucking phobia under the sun. We've taken this shit too far.
Said that they had a zero-tolerance policy on racism, sexism, classism, ageism, ableism, homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, xenophobia, Islamophobia, anti-religion, anti-atheism, and it also said that all jokes must be respectful and kind.
Before you go perform.
Before you go perform.
This is 2018. Come on, this is pre-COVID.
Okay.
The antithesis of what comedy is supposed to be, pushing the envelope.
Right. And I'll be honest with you, I thought this...
How could you even be a comedian and sign something like that? It's against everything you believe. Like, that's what comedians do. They push the envelope. Comedians are supposed to make you laugh. You might not like the topic, but it's all for a laugh. Jeepers crow. You can't even be a comedian no more.
This is kind of a weird thing that's happening in comedy, because comedy is a very kind of progressive industry. Generally, most people who go into stand-up are kind of more like on the creative side. They're not business people, and so they think in this kind of left liberal way, which is cool. You know, I've got no problem with that. But I thought it was just me that felt this stuff was a bit weird. I turned it down. I tweeted about it to like 1,000 followers that I had at the time, and this story goes super viral around the world. So, give you an example. On the day that this story went big, it was the second most read story on the BBC News website, the biggest news website in the UK. The number one story was the Prime Minister of our country had nearly been removed from office by her own party, right? Wow. So that's the equivalent. Joe Biden, like imagine this right now. Joe Biden nearly gets impeached by the Democrats, and the second biggest story in the country is no-name comic turns down unpaid charity gig from too big college, right? It's crazy. Right. And when that happened, I got thousands of messages from people all over, different industries, different people, different places, America, the UK, Anglosphere, Australia, New Zealand, who were all telling me about stuff that's happening in their workplace. And that's when I realized, like, this culture that's going on right now, it's not just me that's crazy and thinks it's weird. This is a real thing out there in the world. And so my YouTube show, Trigonometry, my co-host and I, we've been speaking to people, you know, the Douglas Murrays, the Jordan Petersons, a bunch of different people, trying to understand what is going on. Why are people thinking like this? Why is this going on? And that's kind of my journey to where I am today.
So what conclusion have you come up with all these people you've been interviewing? Why do you think they're thinking the way they're thinking? It doesn't make a lot of logical sense. Just yesterday, the guy from Star Wars, what's his name?
George Takei.
I mean, there's been a Twitter war the last 48 hours.
Mr. Sulu.
Yeah.
From
So
Star Trek.
he tweets this yesterday, and I asked a innocent question, wanting to become smarter as a guy that's not a scientist, hoping he can help me out, but I didn't hear back from him. So George, if you're watching this, please help me get a little bit more clear on this. So he posted yesterday on Twitter, I am now following Peter Hotez, and every decent person who believes in science, not quackery, should too. And then I said, George, according to science, how many genders are out there? I haven't gotten a response back.
Nothing yet.
And so I'm wondering, how do we get here? Like, this stuff is logical.
Right.
It's common sense, but it sounds like the other side is creating a lot of momentum with things that make absolute no sense. Why is that?
Well, I think if you look at the stats on what happens post 2014 when social media really takes off, this is a disease of social media, this idea that there's an infinite number of genders, because in the disembodied online world, you can say that, right? So the more we go into living online, the easier it is to believe things that aren't true, because there's no hard test. Like if I pick up this bottle of water and let it go, we know what's going to happen because it happens in the real world. But how do you falsify that? How do you test that, right? So I think that part of this is it's a disease of social media. And then we've also got to a position, and Jonathan Haidt writes about this in The Coddling of the American Mind, where we've created a generation, successive generations of people who've not been brought up properly, and victimhood is now currency, right? Again, this is an online phenomenon. If I'm a first generation immigrant in the UK, okay, dark skin. If I say, well, people have been racist to me, which they have, right? Therefore, here's some things that are true. People are much more likely to listen to that, even though there's no reason to actually take my opinion any more seriously than anybody else's, right? So we've got ourselves into a position where people are rewarded for being victims, and their claims about reality are given more credibility because of that.
So you get recognition for being a victim. Social media creates the eyeballs. Let me get a little bit of attention, and that's causing other people to do the same because it's getting attention.
Yeah.
100%.
That's simple.
Same things with some people that turn trans. If you're a young kid getting picked on, you turn trans. You get attention. You're a hero.
100%. What about, and the problem with social media, right, is it rewards ideas that sound good but aren't true, and it punishes ideas that are true but don't sound good. I'll give you an example. If you go online and you say, look, you live in a systemic patriarchy, blah, 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 and that's why you are where you are, well, that's really reassuring because nothing's my fault, right? Yep. What about you go online and you say, no one's coming to save you. Your life is your responsibility. Oh, I gotta take responsibility for my life now. I gotta go out there and do stuff. I gotta go out there and overcome things. Well, I don't want to hear that message. It's much more comfortable to hear that nothing is I don't control anything. I am where I am because society is this way.
What's going on in the UK these days? Because I feel like the reason that you have become so prominent is because of your perspective. Born and raised in Russia, Jewish, anti-Semitism. I just came back from Israel. Literally, I landed a handful of hours ago. I was with a Russian girl, friend of mine, who's basically saying that she was told her entire life, do not tell people you're Jewish. Do not tell people you're Jewish. She came to Israel. Now she's like screaming from the rooftops, hey, I'm proud to be Jewish, yada, yada. You moved to the UK. You said you dealt with racism, anti-Semitism.
Never dealt with anti-Semitism.
Never?
No.
Okay.
But look, I'm Jewish. I'm like a quarter Jewish. I'm not practicing, so it's not a big deal. Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah.
But being muzzled is my question. So you started the conversation off about propaganda, basically started, political correctness started in Russia.
Propaganda.
Yeah, propaganda too.
No problem.
One and the same, exactly. But what are you seeing going on in the UK these days? Because essentially my question is this. It used to be people on the right. Like I grew up in Miami, and it was usually like evangelical Christians basically saying, no, that's against the Bible. You can't do this. And I remember there was a Supreme Court lawsuit against like my favorite rap group of the time, Two Live Crew, as nasty as they want to be. They won the lawsuit. And now it seems like it's coming from the left. And the extreme left is basically trying to
push it
marginalize voices and silence voices when it used to be 20, 30 years ago coming from the right. What are you seeing in the UK? Is it the same thing in the United States? Give us your perspective.
You know what? I'm so glad you made that point, because this is the thing that I always say is like, I grew up watching Bill Hicks and George Carlin make jokes about religion and then not be allowed to perform or being censored and whatever, right?
Correct.
And I keep saying, I long for the day when I can go back to being like someone in the center left, where I'm railing against religious conservatives, you're going, you can't say that, you can't joke about that, right? Like, that's how it used to be. I'm really comfortable in that world, and it's flipped because there's, as you say, there's an ideology on the left now that tells people that their feelings matter more than the truth, you know? And I'm so grateful you played a clip of my speech, because right at the end, there's something people actually don't know about that speech, and it's been seen by like 300 million people or more around the world, is if you look closely, right at the end, there's a guy who's very physically disabled, and he can only use one arm. And I'm talking right at the end of the speech about the fact that I'm not saying what I'm saying for any other reason, that I want young people to get stuck in, to lean into something. If you think climate change is a big problem, go fix it. Go study, go learn, go build an organization, do whatever it is, right? And this guy, with one arm, he's clapping his own shoulder, right? When I'm talking about don't be a victim. And he came up to me afterwards, and we had a conversation, and I'm not going to lie, it was kind of hard to understand. That's how physically difficult it is for him to communicate, right? But this is a guy that believes that you should never be a victim to your circumstances, right? And what an incredible thing to see that.
I love that.
And right next to him is a bunch of young people, fully abled, from rich backgrounds, at one of the best universities in the world, right? Who think that they are oppressed. I mean, give me a break, guys.
Yeah, and you know, it's amazing you say that. If you listen to the whole speech, I love how you keep taking. I'm not going to do this. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to say I told you so. And there's no way I'm going to do this. I mean, it was shots after shots. Zero. Did you have notes when you gave this talk? Did you have any?
I had them there, but I didn't use them.
Okay, so I'm like, he is not looking at a teleprompter, and it was what, 9 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Go to the part. Go to the clip of. Show the one with him and Bill Maher, because this part about Bill Maher, I'm on Andrew Schultz's podcast, and we're talking about America. And I said, you know, there's a lot of people that are confused. They keep talking about, you be careful with nationalists. Be careful with nationalists. You got to be careful with nationalists. These nationalists are terrible nationalists, right? Like, okay, what is the antonym of nationalism? It's globalism.
Right.
Yep. So would I rather be proud of the country I represent or globally? No, man, I'm going to represent the country I'm a part of. I'm a proud American. We're proud to be living in a country like this. And you go on Bill Maher and you say this to him, which is incredibly powerful. By the way, this is by Money Smart Guy. Matt Sapala posted this. Can you play this clip real quick, Rob?
People in other parts of the world are not teaching their young children to hate their own country.
Yep. Yep.
If you continue to do this, how is the West going to do in the battle of civilizations? Because that's what we're in, right? The Chinese want to thrive, the Russians want to thrive, and they're teaching their children to be strong, to be confident, to go out there to learn science instead of, equity and diversity.
Yep. Joke. It's a fucking joke.
Well, if it's built on diversity instead of math. So
how many single-family homes would it take to equal one?
Please like, share, subscribe. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Let's look at some of the comments. You see the feminist who disguised herself as a man from a bowling league? And, yeah. No, I don't think she offed herself. I think she said she thought was gonna. Or she said that it made her feel like she wanted to. Leftism is slavery. Salute Gamma Goat. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. We're looking into how soft the country has gotten over the last 20, 30, 40 years. And some of the reasons behind it. We are lacking in so many areas. Our health is bad. Like the shit we care about and go to school for. No one's going to school for any fucking real topics, real jobs. A lot of people in America aren't doing that shit. They're going to fucking for equality and equity. And these jobs about made up fucking psychology. It's fucking nuts. It's nuts. Some of the shit you can take in college for a course nowadays, it should be illegal that a university even offers it. It's pathetic. Social media costs How to Get Rich on Social Media is a course in college. Look it up. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. I'm going to keep exposing some more of this shit.
How is this not logical, a reasonable message? How is this offensive to certain people? You know, it's amazing today when you look at
thank you, Jeffrey.
I gave a talk at this school with it's a Christian school. I'm giving this message, and the guy that talks before me was the dean. And he goes up there and he says, "Listen, you know, we have to be careful with the way we talk about America, because America has a history, and it's not perfect, and it's not this. But, you know, and at the same time, we are doing our best, and there's a lot of things we have to figure out." And he's kind of almost like apologizing about America. So I get up there and I say, first of all, I want to thank you for giving me the stage here to talk to these 600 kids in the audience. Fantastic. I said, but let me start off with one thing here. Everybody needs to know America is the greatest country in the world. The greatest country in the world. You see certain people get uncomfortable. And I kept saying it. Let me say it one more time. Never apologize about the greatness of America and how it positively impacted the entire world. You know what was wild? I had no idea what the reaction was going to be. Everybody stood up. These kids who are 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old want to love their country.
Right.
They want to be proud of what they're representing.
Right.
Yet this is controversial today.
Right. And this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. This is why I wrote my book, because you got to understand, like, people keep saying to me, you know, even when I turned down that contract, this is just some college kids. What are you know, this is no big deal. But college kids grow up, right? And then they go into business and then they implement a bunch of stuff. And the problem with this ideology is it's fundamentally anti-West, it's anti-merit, and it's anti-truth, right? And you put those three things together, you put that into law, you've got yourself a really big problem. So I think from my perspective, and this is how I think about it, Patrick, if you thought that your country was bad, okay, why would you defend it? Why would you teach its values to your children? Okay, now play that movie forward over generations. If we keep teaching people to hate their country, if we keep, you know, causing divisions between different races, between men and women and all of that, what do you think is going to happen? You think the world is a vacuum in which as we get weaker,
because I don't know if they're mentally brainwashed. I don't understand it either. I don't know if they don't watch what happened throughout history. I don't know if they believe everything they see on the news. It's a good question, Mr. Blackwell.
Nothing changes. That's not how the world works, right? And so I think it's really important that the West remains strong, because if you're on the left, and this is what I always say to people, if you're one of these progressive people, you care about equality for gay people, where is a better place to be gay than the West?
Yeah.
Where's a better place to be trans?
It's not Palestine.
Go be gay in Iran. See what
Go
happens.
see what happens
Where's
in
a better
Iran.
place to be
Palestine.
Exactly. Yeah. What are we comparing ourselves to, right? And the same thing with our history.
Same thing
and this
for
is why
women.
The conversation about our history, Western.
You think women got it bad here? Go over to the Middle East. You think you got no rights now?
History is the number one conversation for me, right? Because if we cannot change the way we talk about our history, we will not change the way that we are going into the future. And if we teach children that our history is, like, to your point, wrong and bad, ooh, you get to a dark place very quickly with that.
Yeah. Where's the pride?
Let me ask you one more thing. This sort of this ideology, this apology tour that we're on in the West, United States, the UK, the Western world. We're basically coming to terms with our sins of the past.
Yes.
Slavery, racism, anti-Semitism, the list goes on and on, homophobe. But yet in the Far East, or in Russia and China and the mullahs in Iran, they're proud to be where they're from. But then let's go deeper. You don't think they've done stuff to be ashamed of? How many tens of millions of Chinese were killed under Mao?
Yeah.
How many tens of millions of people were stuck in the gulags with communism, with Stalin and Lenin? Yet they're still able to be proud and not teach their kids to be ashamed of the past. Germany has how many? I mean, you go to Auschwitz and you go to Poland, and they have remembrance of the Holocaust, basically owning the sins of the past, yet still being proud of their heritage and their future. Why can't we do both in the United States? Why can't we say, listen, there's some things we've
Poland does it because they'll never let it happen again. Poland wasn't on their side. He should have froze that. He didn't say that in a way that shined well on Poland. Poland saved the Jews during the Holocaust. Poland don't fuck around. I am so proud to be Polish. And to tell you the truth, I've been looking into Poland. If shit gets much worse over here, I might go move there because I have lineage that goes back. If you can prove you have family from Poland, you have citizenship there, they'll let you in.
Done in the past, but we are still the greatest country. Every country has sins. Why does it have to be a binary option of we're either good or we're bad? Every country has a history like this.
That's right. And I think that context is really, really important, actually, right? Because you got to contextualize. It's like my buddy Francis always says, what, you think the Ottomans were woke? You know what I mean? Right. And, we talk about slavery and stuff. It's not like the British or the Americans invented slavery. Slavery was a universal institution throughout human history. And the British Empire actually ended slavery. It's the first time that really happened, right? Yep. My ancestors were basically slaves in the gulags in the middle of the 20th century. So we got to contextualize our history and say, and you're right, though, we got to learn from it, right? We got to say, hold our hands up, we got this wrong, because it's the same on an individual level. There's no one in this room who hasn't made terrible mistakes in their life, right? But imagine you just focus on that and you never actually tried to get better. You never actually tried to look into the future with hope and optimism, and sort of like navel gazed about how you messed something up a long time ago. It doesn't work. And also, this other point I make in the book, you cannot be held responsible for the sins of your ancestors.
Nope.
You can only be responsible for things you yourself have done. Right. So we got to make sure that in the modern society, we don't make the mistakes that they made, but I can't be held responsible for something my grandfather did. Right. And so we need to have a healthier view of our societies while learning the lessons of the past, for sure.
And how much of is this victim culture monetizable?
Oh,
meaning there's money in being a victim, whether it's reparations, whether it's UBI, whether it's stimulus checks. Just like the more of a victim mentality you had, there's more money. Dylan Mulvaney, I'm a trans guy, let me go get a $10 million contract from Bud Light. All right, San Francisco, certain places in California handing out $5 million checks. For California wasn't even a slave state. So it's monetizable victimhood, where I don't know how it works in other countries like that. How much of it is just there's a money play here?
Well, the big one isn't, to me, Dylan Mulvaney is an idiot and whatever. Let him crack on with whatever he wants to do. But what about the corporate world, where you've got these people coming in doing DIE, I call it DIE training, right, for people, 20 grand for an hour seminar telling white people that they're guilty. What's the value in that? What are we doing? How are we improving the world? And by the way, all the evidence is out, and you can look this up. All the studies show diversity, inclusion, and equity training makes people more racist.
Of course it does.
It's crazy. True.
This is what I tried to tell that dude Cuckoo the other day. You don't get it.
On that, please, because that's a major point.
If someone comes in and just goes, "Oh, this is your skin color, you must be bad," how does that make you feel? Right? It kind of works like that. And look it up if you want. I mean, that's a fact, right? The studies are showing that this ideology being pushed onto people just makes them more resentful. It's not actually healing the divides in society. And that's what I'm about. I'm like, look, people, especially in America, man, this is a country that people from all over the world come to, and they buy into one idea. This is the American dream. We can all have some things that we share, and then we're free to live our lives as much as possible the way we want, right? Why antagonize people against each other? I just don't. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I don't think that's anything new, though, right? Divide and conquer, art of war.
Yeah.
But the point is, what is the outcome? I mean, is the outcome to destroy the West? Well, that's been a vision for a lot of people for a long time. It's not like it's anything new. If you look at it just purely from a competitive standpoint, you want to beat the other guy, right? In the NBA, they would do things and they would say, hey, that guy doesn't like you, and he did this with this, and he did this with your girl, to create a lot of trauma, before a game that's coming up, and then boom, they don't know how to play with each other. Game is over, right? This happens in sports, this happens in politics. There's somebody in the Trump campaign that's leaking information. There's somebody in this campaign that's leaking. You keep saying this, now nobody trusts nobody, because you're wondering, this is a very effective strategy that's been around for a very, very long time. Confucius, divide and conquer. But for what? Is it purely for America to fall? And what is at the cost of that? The other day I'm at Bermuda 3 days ago. I'm getting a massage. And this lady, I said, so where are you from? She says, I'm from Hungary. I said, oh, you're from Hungary? Yeah. I said, oh, okay. Well, what do you think about this guy, George Soros? He's from your country, no? And she stops. She gets angry. What? The sweetest lady. He is evil. Do you know how bad of a man he is? He is evil. Tell me you don't like him. So I'm like, well, I don't know much about him. Now I'm just kind of playing along. I'm trying to find out, why is he evil? What did he do to you? Do you know what he did when he was 14 years old? He was helping the Nazis and he said it was okay. Now she's feeding me all this stuff, right? But what is the outcome? Is the outcome just to destroy America? And if yes, who wins? Because some of the people that are destroying America are not from the outside. They're destroying from the inside and they're living here.
Bingo. And this is what I was going to say. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Yuri Bezmenov. This is a KGB.
Yes, I am. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So this is the point that he made. You cannot destabilize a society that doesn't want to destabilize itself, right? And this is my point. Let other people try to indoctrinate Americans into this way of thinking. But if we have a strong immune system, it's like a virus. You're going to be fine, right? So that's why you got to teach people, yes, these are the things that happened in our history. That's how and now we got over it. Now we don't have slavery. Now we don't, we are the least racist places in the West in the history of the world. We're working to get better all the time. That's why we should be proud of ourselves, right? If we can do that, it doesn't matter what anyone else is trying to do. You said it yourself, America and the West together, the greatest civilization in the history of the world. Right. And if we want to maintain that, we've got to be comfortable with being the most powerful and the greatest civilization in the history of the world.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right
here. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Pretty eye-opening. A lot of eye-opening shit tonight. Beating around a couple topics. The propaganda, the double standards, the feminism, the woke. And it all becomes from men being weak. Being a weak society is causing it. The lack of morals is causing it. Feminism's causing it. Socialism's causing it. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Woke is a joke. Please like, share, subscribe. And I want to show you a video. People don't realize, right? When Trump wasn't in office, we didn't have much war going on. Thank God. The U.S. military is in horrible shape as far as physical fitness, the quality of soldier we have now. I mean, American society as a whole is a fat culture. I'm overweight. I'll admit it. It's something I'm working on. And all these things contribute to problems as well. And this is from an Army Ranger revealing the truth about women graduating Ranger School and why the U.S. will lose the next major war. God forbid. But what does he know? He was just an Army Ranger. We don't need men. Don't listen to that Army Ranger. What does he know? Uh-oh, the wokies ain't gonna like that Trump wants to end sanctuary cities. No. That's crazy, Jeffrey. I saw something, too, as well. Yeah, they lowered a lot of standards, the military, which makes us weaker. Doesn't make us better. It makes us weaker. The Navy has to run or walk 1.5 miles in 22 minutes. And people were failing. People were failing. And they would let them stay anyway. You can't walk or run 1.5 miles in 22 minutes? How are we going to win a war, God forbid? I don't want war. But sometimes people want to hurt us too. And we have to be aware of that. We need our soldiers to be legit. My fat ass at 300 pounds could do 2 miles in 22 minutes. Not running them, and I haven't ran in years. I could go do an 11-minute mile. I know I could. I could walk an 11-minute mile. You can't fucking do a mile and a half in 22 minutes, and you're going to protect our country? And we're supposed to be the strongest nation around? Come on, man. I'm not picking on women. I'm not picking on people. But we got to start using our fucking brains again. Some people don't think. They think it's because we're being mean. It's not to be mean. It's for everyone's safety, including the women. I don't want women going to war. Who wants women to go to war? Who wants anyone to go to war?
Soldiers have completed the Army's Ranger School, a grueling test of mind and body. Only the toughest survive. David Martin now with the women who made history.
This is a little of what it took for Captain Chris Grice to become one of the first 2 women to make it through Ranger School. First Lieutenant Shay Haber, the other to survive the 62-day course, which subjects soldiers to nearly constant physical and mental stress on little food and less sleep. Ranger School is the make or break proving ground for the Army's combat leaders, and it breaks more than it makes. 19 women started the course, only Grice and Haber made it to the end. 380 men started, only 94 finished. The Army refused to officially identify either woman, in part to shield them from snarky comments which began popping up on social media. Some don't bear repeating, but cracks like, what standards were lowered? Did they only have to do 1 pull-up? Were typical. Despite the Army's attempt to protect the 2 West Point graduates from publicity, their friends could not help bragging on them. The Army insists the women had to meet the same standards as the men, and in the brief glimpses the media was allowed of the training, there was no sign of going easier on females. When they graduate on Friday, both men and women will receive the coveted Ranger tab. But unlike the men, Grice and Haver will still not be eligible to serve in elite Ranger regiments or other ground combat units. That might not make any difference to Haver, who is already an Apache helicopter pilot. Grice belongs to a military police unit.
The debate over women in combat is not over yet, but these 2 young women have broken one of the toughest gender barriers in the military, and it seems only a matter of time before the remaining barriers.
That's right, Jeffrey.
Terrence Pop here. I'm going to answer a question that I've received many times in regards to Ranger School and all of these women that have graduated from the course. I'm just going to be honest. Ranger School, for me, was the hardest school I had ever attended in my life in regards to grueling. Back when I did Ranger School, somewhere in early 1990, you could find me on, my picture. If you
it was my dryer.
I'm the concentration camp victim. And I went from 168 pounds, I was shredded, probably had 5% body fat, to 136 and just fucking wrecked. All right. I was an alpha company all the way through, and those guys were sadists, and they just went way beyond any reasonable standard that should have been followed for there to be any quality learning from it. It was just, in my opinion, a lesson in how to deal with mental and physical fucking punishment. Looking back on this, how physically demanding it was, and how psychologically fucking crushing it was. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around these women that are graduating Ranger School.
That's right, Jeffrey.
Now, am I going to tell you that it's impossible? No, but I find it highly improbable, especially that 38-year-old woman, mother of 2, that made it through Ranger School. Fuck no. That is absolute bullshit, unless they are watering down the standards to the school to the point where it's just gonna become like a worthless fucking school you go through to punch your ticket, like airborne school is today. Because back in the 50s and early 60s, airborne school was a fucking ass kicker, and it made you mentally and physically tough to become a paratrooper, taught you the skills of jumping out of a bird, and when you went to your fucking unit as a paratrooper back in the day, you were a force to be reckoned with. And apparently that's what they're doing in Ranger School with the standards today. Now, I have not been sent anything, in hard copy in regards to this, or I would have written an article and I would have dropped the dime myself and I would have sent it to the media. But I have been contacted from RIs that were in, I believe, Ranger School for the first one or two women that graduated. And then I was contacted by another RI.
College football all season long.
Pay attention to this. Because the people on the inside said that they're full of shit. Please like, share, and subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Going down another rabbit hole tonight.
Who has since retired, who was there for the 38-year-old woman. And all of them have told me that it was absolute bullshit. Their hands were held through the entire fucking thing. A couple of them were allowed to recycle every fucking phase. One of them was allowed to recycle day one recycle to start over, which is almost unheard of. I believe I know 2 guys in my entire military career that had a day one recycle and made it. I hope that there's some guys out there that actually watch my show that actually have any hard evidence on this, because I will drop the IG bomb. I will fucking write up whatever it is and send it to the media. And the active duty fucking people can chase me all they fucking want. I'm retired. Fuck them. If a woman wants to be an infantry fucking grunt, guess what? You better be able to fucking run the fucking required distance and the fucking required amount of time. You better be able to carry your 12 miles in 3 hours or less and fucking deal with all the weapons that you have to deal with without any undue whining and complaining, and certainly no fucking quitting. I mean, my course was 78 days long. That's just the standard Ranger School course. Their course was 47 to 58 days long.
Wow.
I was also reading another article in regards to a senator that was requesting these same green books from these females.
So a ranger does about 22 days less now, at least, to become a ranger. Rangers from years ago had to go 70 plus days, 78, I believe he said. Now they only got to do 58 to 64.
Female rangers that graduated Ranger School, and they basically said, "F you, we don't work for you, we work for the president." Imagine that. They keep files on all these Rangers going back to 1950, but these females who graduated Ranger School, so I'm told, their records are gone. How am I supposed to fucking take that? I don't know. And another thing that was told to me, that these women were allowed to go back to the rear to take a shower and do personal hygiene every third day for I believe they were gone between 2 and 6 hours. All right, so you're going through the hell of Ranger School, which is designed to be a long, grueling process to wear you the down and then see if you can fucking make it to the end. When you're in the field, there's no showers. Maybe you get to fucking, sponge off your fucking pits and your ass once every blue moon when you're on the water detail to go down to the river to get some fucking water for the patrol. But other than that, that's it. There is no fucking break. Hell, there's hardly any fucking sleep. I mean, God. I don't want to be that guy who's back in the day when it was hard, because I talked to guys who went to Ranger School during Vietnam, and I talked to guys who went to Ranger School during the Korean War, and, what they went through was probably a good 30 to 40% more difficult than the shit I went through. Just, comparing, apples to oranges. But, my course was 78 days long. That's just the standard Ranger School course. Their course was
straight up
47 to 58 days long. So my course, though, I believe it was a little easier. I had an additional 20 some odd days stacked on top of that. That's before the recycle and the gulag time and the 21 days of free ranger that the regiment sent me through, which in and itself was a hell that just sucked. There was absolutely no learning value in the pre-ranger I went to when the regiment sent me. It was just a beat down session to get me ready for the beat down session of Ranger School.
Yeah.
If you were to ask me on a scale of 1 to 100, the percentile chance that these women legitimately made it through the fucking school, I would cap out at 3%.
Wow.
So 3% they made it honestly, 97% they didn't. Okay, so you guys can call me whatever you want. That's fine. I'm just telling you, from my perspective, when I went through Ranger School, how fucking hard and bullshit fucking tough it was for me. And I just find it hard to believe, especially a 38-year-old woman, mother of fucking two, making it through Ranger School
I don't
at
believe
the standard level that I went through it. I'm just going to put it there.
I don't think they did it.
Buy it. That's just me. The way the Army's going, it's disgusting me. They're cheapening the standards, and it's only going to cost lives in the future, especially if we come into an actual shooting war against a worthy adversary that has similar technology and military force as us. It's just going to be fucking bad, and we have nobody to blame but ourselves.
Yep. The shit is dangerous.
There's that moment in work when there's too many tools.
It's not about inequality. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Thank you for joining me tonight. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe. We look into all different subjects. Tonight we're looking into a huge issue in the United States and the West. Yeah, pause the war. I need a bath. It's unreal. I don't think, and people think it's not about being sexist. I love women. I don't want women doing that shit. Not to mention, they could get hurt or unalived, and they could very well get everyone hurt and unalived. Right? Say they get shot. Say someone they're out in the field with gets shot. How could they carry a man 250 pounds to get him out of trouble? They're not going to be capable of it. There's going to be certain physical conditions and situations. It's not about brain. It's not about this. There's going to be situations where they're not going to be physically capable of doing it. It's just biology. You can do all the steroids, all the hormones. You can say you're a girl and that became a guy that became a girl. It does not matter how much of the fucking hormones or testosterone you take. You're not going to be a man if you're a woman, or a woman if you're a man, ever. Especially if you join the fucking army. And even if you're a biological woman, physically you are at a disadvantage in war. Which makes you what? If you're at a physical disadvantage as a soldier, what does that make you to the people around you? Can someone tell me? It begins with an L. If you can't do the physical tasks needed of you because biologically you're not as strong, that would make you a what? To yourself and others. I know someone can figure it out. Someone's got to be able to tell me what word. Liability. Thank you, Amanda and John. Hope you guys are well. Makes you a liability. But it's still not going to matter over time. They're going to get beat down, tired. Not to mention, I don't want women dying. If men are so horrible, why do they not want women in the fucking military? Talk about, like, it's such a simple thing to see, but everyone is so woke and everyone is such a feminist nowadays. They look at it as men don't want to give women an opportunity. It's not the case. I love women so much, I don't want them involved in any of it, even if I got to go get my head blown off, which I would never do to myself or anyone else. But I love women so much, I would much prefer me and my buddies go to war and you guys stay home. We're all safer that way as well. So it's not a sex. I'm not being sexist. Please understand. Please understand where I'm coming from. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Thank you all for joining me tonight, looking into the effects of the wokeism and feminism, and even some of the red pill shit is bad. You know, men and women need to get to a place where they can understand each other again. I've never seen men and women so divided. So divided. I see so many people that used to be so in love with each other fall apart because people quit. If people just honored each other and were cool with riding it out with one person they could trust and made a bond with under God and upkept that promise, man, the world would be such a better place alone on that standard. Oh, yeah. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it. Also, this is another thing you can look at. Some people might not like this, but it's something to consider. This is something to consider. And I think anyone would have a hard time making this decision. But I think a woman would have a harder time. So let's use this as an example. There's a little boy with an unaliving vest on. I can't believe I gotta say that. There's a little boy with a bomb strapped to him. And he's gonna take everyone out. He don't care. His father told him he was gonna go see God and everything would be great and he'd get all this stuff and he'd be a martyr. Do you think that mother, that woman, is more likely to pull the trigger? Or do you think a man will? It'll be tough for both of them. But what decision will that be harder for? A man or a woman? Do you think a man would be able to put all that shit to the side and say, it's not a little, unfortunately, I know it's a little boy, but I can't let all these people die for this shit, and do his job? Or do you think the mom of two, Ranger, would easily more pull the trigger? Which one's a more cold-hearted killer? If they have to be. Which one's more likely to follow the order? No one wants to answer that question. I ask some tough questions sometimes. No one wants to answer. Absolutely, Joe. But I guarantee that the dude would get the job done. I think so too, Jet. I think so too. Woman's emotions will at the least make her hesitate. Exactly. Exactly. And that's coming from a woman. A real woman. A biological woman. A man will do what's needed first always. A real man will. Absolutely, Joe. I agree. I didn't think it was a stupid question. It's a hypothetical question. But if you're in a military, right? It's a real question you got to ask yourself if you're in the military. I would be asking that question to every single one of those guys if I ran that place. I would say, if this happens, can I trust you to do this? Because those situations happen. I know people don't like to hear about it. I'm sorry. But that's the reality of war. That's how stupid war is. Have people strapping their own kids with explosives. How fucking stupid and crazy is that? No, not all men do. But I think in a war, a man is most likely to do it. Absolutely. Feminism is totally different from women's rights. I'm not going after women's rights. I want the woman to stay home, take care of the kids. Why are you fighting? More, if it was all men on a battlefield, no, I don't think less. I love women so much, I don't want them to get hurt. I don't want them out here at war. I want them home safe, taking care of the children. It's not because I think less, I think more. You guys are just too narrow-sighted to see it. I would rather have an army full of men that were badass, strong, masculine, ready to fucking do what they had to do, than an army of women. Anyone that says that army of women would beat the army of men in hand-to-hand combat needs to get their head examined. And it's not because I don't love women. It's a biological fact. In war, I'll take a man any day. I don't want women fighting. Women have fought for so much with feminism, trying to wipe out masculinity. Women are going to have to go fight now. That's not going to be good for us if it goes to hand-to-hand combat. I promise you guys. You can say whatever you want. It's just a biological fact. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Read a science book. They'll tell you the same thing. Thank you. Japan put women in front of them because American men didn't want to shoot women. Thank you. My grandfather was in the Korean War. He used to have to protect orphanages. The shit he went through was insane. God rest his soul. Probably why he drank so heavily.
The U.S. military is facing a growing recruiting shortfall, a shortfall so large that legislators are getting concerned.
The Army has to recognize that there's been an evolution in that young population, and if you're going to target that young population for service, you've got to make it appealing to them.
The pool of potential recruits has been dropping for years.
So the three biggest reasons for a small pool of eligible recruits are criminal backgrounds, healthcare and obesity specifically, and financial issues.
The Army and the other military services this year are facing what they're describing as the most challenging recruiting environment since the all-volunteer force era began in 1973.
The latest figures show that only about 23%
Edwin, if shit ever happens here in America, it will be fought hand to hand. It will be fought hand to hand. If you want to be a cuck, be a cuck. But you sound ignorant as fuck. Bars. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Fucking moron.
Of young men and women in the United States meet the criteria to join, whether that's physical fitness, health, criminal background check.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are obviously very concerned about the military's recruitment efforts because this is coming at a time where Russia's war in Ukraine is changing global order, as well as China saber-rattling with Taiwan and in the South China Sea.
unemployment is low, the military struggles to
Ed wouldn't protect you. He'd go hide with the fucking other women. You probably got more balls than him.
get recruits. And with unemployment hovering around 3.5%, it can be tough to convince young people to sign up. The fiscal year for the U.S. Army ends in September, and the Army has only reached 50% of its recruiting goal for the year as of mid-July. The U.S. military needs a lot of people. The U.S. Army alone must get tens of thousands to sign up every year to replace those who leave the service. The Army had a goal of signing up 60,000.
What happened in my life with women has nothing to do with my basis of my view.
People this year, but according to the Secretary of the Army, they could end up close to 15,000 short of that goal.
Each sister service branch is going to also have to think about their retention tactics, whether it's offering enlistment bonuses or other incentives to keep people in our current military.
I've played videos, I've showed stats. We've looked into it for 2 hours before your ass came in here harassing us. You've said nothing with any proof. You've gotten your attention. Are you happy? You cuck. I'm so sick of people trolling like this. You narcissistic asshole. Go away. Go away. You got your attention. Go away. You got your little bit of narcissistic fuel. Goodbye.
Force.
One tool the military has in times like these are big cash bonuses. These bonuses usually apply to certain understaffed jobs and also have stipulations such as finishing training to be fully paid out. The Army is offering $40,000 for Special Forces.
You can let them go. They're not going to benefit you. In tough times, you need men to fight wars. I'll never agree with it. I'm sorry. When the world's worst people want to hurt us, I want the baddest men. I just do. I'm sorry. I don't know anyone else that with a brain that could think otherwise. I'm sorry. I'm talking about you want to be safe, you want to be protected. You need the baddest men on the planet. This is why America is getting soft, man. You argue, I know you're not arguing exactly, Amanda. I know what you're saying. But it's like, this is why America is lacking. Because we do this shit with anything, everything. Fuck it, let them go. Let them go. Let them do it. How's that working out? Just letting everyone do it lately. It's working out like shit.
Candidates, and the Navy is offering bonuses that can range up to over $100,000 for eligible veterans to sign up. Keeping troops in who are looking to exit the service is another way to bolster numbers. The Marines have recently had some success in convincing people to stay in. A major hang-up to recruiting more new soldiers are the fitness and academic requirements.
Some services are struggling more than the others. The Army is certainly struggling the most. They're also the biggest, so that would just make sense. They're revisiting some of the fitness standards and some of the academic standards right now to try and scramble for the end of this fiscal year.
If you're going to be a cyber technician, do you really need to be able to lift X number of pounds and run 5 miles?
Yes, you do. Because if the enemy comes and tries to grab you, you can run the fuck away. Stupid. Like, does the person that takes care of all the most sensitive energy need to be in shape? Absolutely. These people are nuts. Does the person that's going to do cybersecurity for the military need to be able to run 5 miles and shoot a gun? Absolutely. The internet is the fucking way everything works nowadays. If you listen to these people, they tell on themselves every time. Every fucking time. Every time. Listen to this again. Listen to this woman with glasses. Woke fucking idiot. Does the person that rests behind the computer doing all our cybersecurity and doing all this need to be able to shoot a gun and run? Yeah. They should be a bad motherfucker too. Absolutely. They should probably be the baddest motherfucker. They can get all the sensitive info. You stupid woke woman. Shout out to all the unwoke women that watch Nate's live talk. I love you guys. These fucking women, man, some of them. I'm not hating on all women, but some of these white liberal woke women are brutal. Like, and they're looking at it as like, just like, Oh, we got to be fair. We got to be fair. There's no fear in war. There's no fear. People, there's no rules. Hello, McFly. You fucking slacker, wake up. Listen to this woman. This is the shit. Like, we have become so fucking stupid.
I think over time we're going to have to target the expectations of our service members based on the kinds of jobs they're doing.
The military has found itself getting dragged into domestic politics more than in the past and in new ways.
Disproportionately of the age group of American youth that we're talking about, the military recruits from certain geographical concentrations of America. It's more geographical than it is class or race or gender specific. And these areas tend to be more conservative.
Those that tend to be interested come from southern states where we have a lot of installations.
Oh, look at, she's from California, big supplies. How could I have not known? I should have known. Jackie Spear from California. Yeah. You're in charge of our cybersecurity in the military, but you shouldn't have to run 5 miles or shoot a gun. You only handle some of the most sensitive shit. Stupid idiots.
And from families in which there has at least been one family member that served. So 80% of our service members now have legacy in their background.
We're entering a space where more people on the right and more people on the left have more bones to pick with the military and the kind of life that they're going to have to live there.
You know, there's this perception about the military is going woke, and there are all these cultural wars inside the military. But to be honest with you, I'm not sure how much of that actually trickles down to that young 18-year-old recruit from Middle America who's trying to decide what he or she wants to do to improve themselves and their future.
The state-by-state fight over abortion rights could also become a factor. Military personnel stationed in one state could have access to abortion rights while others may not.
There's a potential that you'll have some folks who are hesitant to join because they don't know if they're going to get sent somewhere where they don't have access to health care that they believe is a human right.
Generate sampler. All right. So
please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. I want to check out some of the comments. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, let's see what they have to say. Yeah, those big tough Russians, how's it working for them? You know why America is military strong, production and I don't think the military is strong at all right now, Lee. Please, I'll stay asleep if that's how they think. Yeah. Say whatever you want, bro. You're definitely coming off a little woman hating, and don't buy the strong male makes a strong military bullshit. Take a good look at Russia. Well, Russia's supposedly getting their ass kicked by the Ukraine. So I don't think I want to look at Russia. Allegedly, if you listen to the left, media-wise. I love when people pop in for 2 minutes and just got to get their fucking name said. Woke shit means absolutely nothing during war. Nothing does. It's all out. War. Complete savagery. Complete savagery. People don't understand what could come. That's why people come into the chat and say dumb shit. They don't get it. Six of my great uncles served in Vietnam. Also survived, but the few stories I heard scared me. And no place for women. No. That's what I'm saying. Everyone thinks I'm being sexist. I'm not. It's not a place for men. Why do you think veterans have issues? You come back, you were Rambo, and you come back and now you got to go find a job paying you nothing. All that trauma. How can a woman raise a family after that? Especially being like a mom, where you have to be soft. fathers are kind of, I think it'd be hard to do that as a woman too. And I know they're not always put in positions like that, but man, I think you put people at stake doing certain things. I really do. I'm sorry. When people's lives are on the line, I want the best people for the job. I just want the best person. Oh, and it's not always brains. Sometimes you need a physical beast. Sometimes you need a beast. That'd be like drafting Caitlin Clark over Shaquille O'Neal. Like, Caitlin Clark's good and shit, but Shaq's a fucking beast. Shaq would still score 60 points a night probably now. Maybe. The game's so soft, I don't know if he could play in it, but Shaq would do whatever he wanted still if he didn't fall out. Like, it's the kind of that sometimes you just need, sometimes all you have is brute force. If it comes down to brute force, I'm sorry, but I want a biological male doing it. But it's hurting our military too. And war breaks men. War breaks men. Them poor guys, God bless your uncles. I tip my cap. Thank you to anyone that served. Them Vietnam veterans came home and got treated like crap. And they went and they were called baby killers when they got home. Most people that join the military are hurting for money. Or they take pride in their country, or they take pride because their family did it. There's a mix of all of it, I'm sure. But a lot of times it's never the rich guy. Yeah. It's not about being sexist. I wish people would understand, because it comes off sexist to people because people don't like talking about it. And I try to explain it tonight and show them what's happening with how far it's gone. Show you guys. I'm glad some new faces are here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. If you'd like to donate to the show, we have a Cash App now. You can donate. My Cash App tag is NATESLIVE. If you can't, it's all good. I totally get it. But it's bad. And then I wonder, right? Yeah, it is sad. That sentence needs to be said. On top of it, right? Now you got women going to war. Population control, maybe? A little bit? That's a super, deep rabbit hole. I'm not saying that's what it is, but now you got men and women dying. It desensitizes women, probably way worse than men. Just the stigma as you're born as a man and how you grow up and shit. How most men grow up. You learn pretty quick. It's different for guys and girls. Where I grew up, you learn quick as a boy. You got to learn how to fucking fight. Take care of yourself. Have some good fucking friends. It's just different. It's different. There's a biological and psychological difference. But I think the soft woke culture is hurting America. It's even hurting our military. It's no bueno. People think I say it to be mean. I'm not saying it to be mean. It's the last thing. I'm saying it because for everyone's safety. I'm saying it because it's for everyone's safety. I swear to you guys. I really believe it. Would any of you men out there like to see your woman go into war? Let me know one man that would let their woman go fight in the military. I wouldn't. Any of the guys out there, would you let your man, would you let your woman go fight in a war? Or be a soldier? How many cucks you think do that shit? Yeah, me too. I'm sure there's couples that meet in there. I'm sure that happens a lot. But how many men watching would say they'd let their women go fight in a war? I'm sure just about every man watching would say that. Or there's hella bots. Only one man said it. Two, counting me. Yeah, right. I don't think there's many Mrs. Smiths. There's some. I'm sure there's some. I'm sure there are. And even then, I'll still take the dude. Unless it's some espionage shit where the guy gets stupid thinking with the wrong head. I don't think so at either end. I think it only hurts society even more. I don't know any man that would rather have his woman fight. Or fight at all. I wouldn't even want her to fight by my side. Seriously. That's like, I don't want people to think I'm being sexist. I'm not. I promise you.
What is it to be a man's man today? I mean, I grew up wanting to be a man's man. That's what you wanted to be. But today it's toxic masculinity, right? You're hearing it everywhere. People are being canceled for being a man's man. But the reality of it is, 1944, a man's man was storming the beaches of Normandy, and they knew most of them were going to lose their lives. But they're like, nope, I'm doing this because this is what men are supposed to do. Today, people are storming the beaches of their couch to play Call of Duty. 40, 50 years ago, without social media, we had to go learn how to pick up girls and flirt and have lines and be rejected. Today, you just got to swipe right. Years ago, you had to learn how to hunt to get your food. Today, you just call Uber Eats. Lots changed. Are men becoming pansies? Are they becoming soft? Are we becoming passive? Like, oh my gosh, betas? Is that what's happening? I got a bunch of data I want to talk to you about that has to do with what we bench pressed 30 years ago versus today. Squat. You know, our grip strength, bunch of different things that are influencing men to become softer. And for some of you that are watching this that completely disagree with my message, I would love to have you watch this message and post your commentary below at the end of the video. Stick around till the very end. I got a quiz for you to take to know exactly what you're driven by. But it's important for us to look at some of the data to know if this is just gibberish or how are men really viewed and what kind of a life men live today. Before we get into it, I just want to give you some stats on, is there any relevance in men really struggling today? Like they can't find themselves. Are they really becoming softer or not? Scott Galloway wrote an article. The title was "The Most Dangerous Person in the World is a Young Man Who's Broke and Alone." Let me read some of the statistics that he has in this article. Men are more likely to use almost all types of illicit drugs at a higher rate than women. Thus, their higher prevalence of emergency room visits and inpatient substance abuse treatment. 93% of prison inmates are male, as are 98% of all death row inmates. Men are dramatically more likely to be homeless and for longer periods of time. Men now account for 41% of college enrollments, down from 60% in 1970. Men are twice as likely to overdose, 3.5 times more likely to commit suicide, and more than 9 times more likely to be incarcerated. A recent study revealed...
Boy, how's that privilege going for you being a man? That male privilege is something.
that 9 out of 10 mass violent attackers were male, and more than 2/3 of them were under the age of 35. Once again, the most dangerous person in the world is a broke and alone young male. Scott Galloway recommends 3 things. Start making money. We are living in a capitalist society. Get super strong. You want to be fit. You want to lift heavy weights and run long distances in your mind and in the gym. And last but not least, get out there, commit to meeting people, and quite frankly, try having sex. So interesting 3 points he makes, right? Start making money today, get super strong, and finally get out and commit to meeting people. But are we not stronger today than we were before? Let's take a look at
I wouldn't say get out there and start having sex with everyone.
30 years ago. There's 3 things I want to look at. I want to look at our bench press to before, squat, as well as your grip strength. They say your grip strength is a strong predicator of mortality in later life. So are we stronger today or before? Here's what the numbers tell us. So they surveyed 1,800 lifters ages 20 to 39 to see what the average bench press was 30 years ago versus today. And here's what they came up with. What the average man could bench press 30 years ago versus today. 30 years ago was 240 pounds versus today 187 pounds. Squat was 277 versus today 225.
That's
so
terrible.
When you look at this data, how do you process it? Grip strength, bench, squat. Like, why are we looking at this data? Maybe, just maybe, they're trying to get women to become stronger and men to become weaker. Maybe I'm wrong. I will tell you, at our Vault conference, we had with a couple thousand people there, business owners, entrepreneurs. I challenge everybody to go do a certain questionnaire the first night, and the next they come and share their breakthrough with everybody. While I'm going through everyone, a lady sitting right here, like 7 rows right there, she gets up and she says, Patrick, I have to tell you my breakthrough last night. I said, what is it? She said, for the last 20 years, all I've been trying to do is compete against men to prove that I can make as much money as they make. I'm strong. I don't need them. I'm independent. I run a very successful salon. I do very well for myself. Everybody that works with me makes great money. I'm very, very, successful right now. To my friends, to my peers. I said, okay, and where are you going with this? What's wrong with that? She said, the breakthrough I have yesterday is men are not the enemy. I want a husband. I want to get married. I want to have a family. How interesting is that, right? The person she wanted to beat the entire time, now she wants to.
That's terrible, Ed.
How many endless videos can we see with women in their 60s who bought into the feminist movement to make men and women equal are sitting there saying, I regret making that decision because I'm single, never been married, don't have any kids, and I'm alone. And I wish I would have married men. I wish I would have had kids because I wouldn't have been alone today. Next point is a lack of male role models in a boy's life or a man's life. So if you look at some data here in 2019, some 15 million children.
Absolutely, Ed. I'm obese. I'm heavy. I'm losing weight right now. I'm never going to be fucking fat again. I've let myself go. I've let the world get the best of me, and I refuse to allow it anymore. I'm not going to be a weak man. No one should want to be that.
In the United States were living with a single mother. That's about 5 times more than those living with a single father. As divorce rates rise and family courts continue to favor mothers, the amount of boys living without a dad will continue to grow. So why is this so important? Well, there are certain things I can tell my boys that my wife can't tell them, period. I can go tell my boys we're going outside and we're playing. They have to listen to it. I can go tell my boys you have to read 20 pages a day. They may tell Mom, I'm good. I don't need to read today. I don't need to do this. I don't need to do that. There's just certain things my dad could have told me that my mom couldn't tell me. There's a very, very big value that men have in a boy's life. But the more divorces we get and the more fatherless homes that we have, men don't know what it is to be a man's man. Matter of fact, let's look at a complete different angle. Most kids who go to school, most teachers are women. Most teachers are not men. So just recently had my kids watch Captain, the documentary about Derek Jeter. And there's a scene in this documentary where Derek Jeter is drafted by the Yankees. His dream becomes a reality. He always wanted to be a shortstop for them because his dad was a shortstop. He goes, but he's not doing well. He's making errors. He's making mistakes. He's doing all this stuff, and he's having anxiety attacks. He's depressed almost, and he makes a phone call to his house. Mom's talking to Derek, and Mom says, son, why don't you just come home? The father says, when I heard my wife saying this to Jeter, he says, I told her, don't tell him that. He can't know that's an option. So now, let's replay this. Say the father's not in a picture. Say the mom's able to convince Derek Jeter to come home because no mother wants to see their son suffer. And
there'd be no Derek Jeter if that dad wasn't there.
Suffer. But the father says, that's what builds character. Let him go through it. If that doesn't happen, you don't have a 5-time World Series champion, few $100 million, one of the greatest Yankees of all time, 3,400 hits.
One of the greatest people.
If that simple call by the father wasn't made, you and I may not know who Derek Jeter is. So what's the point here? So maybe men today need stronger role models to challenge them and to show them it is okay to go through challenges. It is okay to have to fight through. This is a part of becoming a man's man, and it's natural. Next point is the walking on eggshells society that we're living in today. And what do I mean by walking on eggshells? People are afraid of offending today, okay? So when you're afraid of offending, you don't want to share your opinion, and the way people learn who you really are is by sharing your opinion and feelings about different issues. Now, in our family, I talk about 4 things with my boys. We lead, we respect, we improve, we love. Respect, let's talk about that. If you constantly spend your life disrespecting people, you're eventually going to be alone and not successful in business because it doesn't work out if you want to disrespect everybody. People are not going to stick around in a work environment if you're disrespecting them. People are not going to be with you friendship-wise if you're constantly disrespecting them and judging them. And quite frankly, you're going to be by yourself. Now, offending is a different story. Today, they're trying very, very hard to cause men to be careful with their thoughts and what they say. And God forbid you say something that's going to offend somebody, you're walking on eggshells. I don't know many leaders that I call leaders who walk on eggshells that are not comfortable sharing their thoughts on different issues. They share their thoughts, but they get better at their soft skills to know how to deliver their messages better. That's something you're going to get better at for the rest of your life. But walking on eggshells society where you're sitting there by yourself, not really sharing your thoughts, it's as if you don't exist. You're non-existent.
That's correct.
And that's just not what men do. The next thing I want to talk to you about is competition. Society wants to convince you that competition is not healthy for you. By the way, the same people that are selling you that are those who lost, who didn't know how to handle it. The reality of it is socialist boys have limited options. Capitalist men have unlimited options in every aspect of their life. Where they live, where they travel to, where they eat, who they date, anything you want. They have an unlimited supply of options. And unfortunately, those who don't compete don't like the fact that you have more options. You know, when I was 14 years old, I was playing this basketball association for troubled teenagers. I'm in a league with Mara Salvatrucha, with Black Diamonds, with, you know, the Sureños, 18, with the Blood Crip, all these guys. And one day we're in this tournament and only 5 of our players showed up, and we played against a team that had a full lineup, and we lost by 104 points. They gave us this trophy that my dad has till today, a last place trophy. And he puts it right there and he says, you know why we have this trophy? To remind you how bad you lost. It's almost like, experience the pain, son. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, throw that thing away. He says, no, you lost by 104 points. Look at the
some schools don't, Jet.
A mother would say, why would you do that to him? That hurts his feeling. My dad's like, that's exactly what he needs. The pain of a loss makes a man come back and improve. Makes him stay up late at night practicing while everybody else is sleeping. Makes this guy say, one day I'm going to prove to the world that I'm a winner. So, going back to you, there's nothing wrong with competing. There's nothing wrong with losing. As long as you keep showing up and competing, eventually you're going to get your shot. But you're better off being a capitalist than being a socialist, because being a socialist is just not attractive. Final thoughts here. Look, as you're going through the process from being a boy to a man, or from a man to a man's man, many times you're by yourself.
Not even a participation trophy. It was the last place trophy. That's worse than participation. At least but it's better, because participation's like, yeah, we played, we won, got a trophy. And if you're on a bad team, you'd be like, yeah, we sucked, but yay. You get the trophy as the worst team, last place trophy. It probably says last place. And that's good. That's a good way to build character, to make someone improve. Instead of being a square and saying, yay, we suck, good job.
Say you don't have a father figure. Say you don't have a strong male role model. You don't know who to talk to. You're trying to please everybody. Your mom's telling you, well, that's not the way to behave. And you don't have another man to bounce off the idea to think if it's a good idea or not. You're like, okay, I'm going to please my mom. I'm going to please my teacher, who was a woman. I'm going to please my girl, who was a female. I'm going to please my, girlfriend's mom. You're trying to please everybody, and you're becoming less and less and less of a man. And you're in the car by yourself saying, man, I'm losing my identity. I don't even know who I am. Then
I have a horrible habit of being a people pleaser. Horrible habit. I apologize for everything. It's something I need to work on. Just trying to make everyone happy around you and you're fucking miserable. Horrible. Horrible. It's something I've been working on for years. People pleasing. If you people please to people that don't deserve your effort, don't do it.
You lean towards making bad decisions. Look, take a time out away from everybody and sit down and say, what do I stand for? What are your values and principles? What do you stand for as a man? What do you want to do with your life? What kind of a leader you want to be in your life? You. Who do you want to be? Not what everybody's trying to force you to become. Who do you want to be?
Exactly.
Then go solve for that. And when you do that, be prepared for some people to not like it. That includes a lot of women in your life.
Yep.
Makes sense. And then all of a sudden you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm finding more men like myself out there. Fantastic. They're out there. They're everywhere. You can find them. Just like yourself. You are not the only one that's thinking what you're thinking right now. But you want to be a man's man. The world gives you more opportunities when you do so. We are living in a very, very competitive environment. So if you got value from this video, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and I got two things I want to share with you. One, I made another video titled 20 Rules for Young Men If You've Never...
I thought that was a good video to play for some of the men out there. Yeah, light off fireworks for no reason on a Sunday night at midnight. Let's check out our poll. 58% say Americans are most Americans weak. 57% say yes. 43% say no. Myself included is weak right now. I'm physically weak. I got to get this weight off. There's always something we can improve on. I can't believe what we've become. I can't either. When I look at myself, sometimes I think that as well. Some schools don't have phys ed anymore, no. Or it doesn't matter if you participate. There's it's not graded some places. It's gotten crazy. But I think we as men got to get strong again. But we looked at the whole breakdown of it. Yeah. Masculinity isn't toxic if done right. People have asked me what I think masculinity is. I've given my answer. Why are you lighting fireworks tonight? Today's not a special day for me. My mother's going to be fucking riffing. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Thank you for watching tonight. But the generation of weak men has to stop. It's affecting the country as a whole. It affects everything. Feminism just and wokeness is doing it's gutting the West. Gutting the West. I think we tied everything together pretty well tonight. I hope I did a good job of it. You guys that watched the whole show, I assume so. Thank you for watching. I want to play another video from Patrick Bet David. Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate it. Do alpha women destroy marriages? I've wanted them to watch this. I thought this might be interesting.
Kraken Client Support is here to answer.
I thought this might be interesting. I want to see the stats on it.
Life is the alpha. And why do I ask this question for you? Because this last weekend we're at the Vault Conference. Nearly 6,000 people in the Rock is there. We're having a great time. People from 100 plus countries. It's an incredible event. And at one moment, I won't show the video. I won't even talk about who the person is. But everybody has the ability to grab the mic and talk about if they had a breakthrough. A lady gets up there and she says, we talk about all this stuff, but I want my husband to have a breakthrough.
Here we go. Do alpha women destroy marriages? I guarantee they do. I guarantee it. If they do it in a negative way.
Breakthrough. A lady gets up there and she says, we talk about all this stuff, but I want my husband to have a breakthrough because I'm tired of being the breadwinner. I'm tired. I want him to make more money. I want him to do this. And I've always been providing and I've been working and I've been doing this. And we're all listening to this and we're like, whoa, very uncomfortable because I thought for a fact her husband's not going to be in the room. I said, but are you here with your husband? I am. I said, does your husband have your permission to speak? Everybody kind of looks at her. And I said, here's all I'll say. I'll give you 5 seconds, sir. I don't know who he is because I don't know where he's sitting. And she kind of looks to her left, but I don't know where it's sitting because they're pointing. I said, I'll give you 5 seconds if you want to speak. If not, I'm going to move on because I don't want to put you on the spotlight. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He doesn't stand up. I said, no problem. Marriage is hard. It's not easy. Do your thing. We'll move on. And the next, topic of discussion, I said, if you guys want to open up the next day and talk about it, we'll be here. If you don't, totally get it as well. Next day, they don't come to the mic. Everybody was waiting for it. Everybody knew. Nothing happens. We continue. So then the conversation starts where we're going to dinner. Does it work? Does it not work? I don't know. This is not about this. It's not about what's wrong with that. What's wrong if the woman's the alpha and all this other stuff? Look, I got a bunch of different data for you. 70% of divorces are initiated by the wife. I got some data and I got some points on if it's a good idea or not.
70% of divorces initiated by the woman.
And at the end of the day, if you agree with me, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. If you don't agree with me, comment below and let us know how you feel. So let me show you some data here from 1972 till 2022. Husbands being the main breadwinner, wives being the main breadwinner, and egalitarian, which means the husband and the wife make 40 to 60% of the household income together. And if those statistics have gone up, have gone down, what it looks like. So here's what it looks like. The black are husbands, primary or sole breadwinner. Okay. Pink is egalitarian. They both make money. Yellow is wife as the primary or sole breadwinner of the household. In 1972, 85% of husbands were the primary breadwinner. In 1972, egalitarian was only 11% husband and wives, and wives were only 5%. Remember, this was only 52 years ago. Fast forward to today, husbands dropped 30% from 85% to 55%. They lost 30%. That's a lot right there, right? Egalitarian went from 11% to
Oh, alpha women probably just run the whole show too. Got his balls in her pocket.
29%. That means a third of marriages, both the husband and the wife makes the same amount of money, but the wives went from 5% to 18%, nearly 4x, making more money than the husbands do as the main breadwinner.
And if you think about it, right, what guy wants to be with an alpha woman? An alpha woman's probably like a dude. So why would a guy want to be with a woman that's like a dude?
Breadwinner. Somebody may say, what's wrong with that? We want equality. We want this. We want that. Now, according to Forbes Advisor, these are the reasons why people get married and also different reasons why people get divorced. Marriage, number one. Financial security, 42%. Then it's companionship. Then love.
42% of factors for getting married was financial security. Well, 80% of the men are the breadwinner. That's fucking a little bit obvious if I don't say so myself. 39% is companionship, 36% love. Formal act of making a commitment is 34%. That's a crazy, stupid high thing for the wedding. To start a family, 34%. Convenience, 28%. Medical insurance is 25% of the reasons they get married. Legal reasons, 16%. Societal and familial pressure, 7%. I think the figures are a little fucked up at the bottom, but crazy.
Formal act of making a commitment to start a family, convenience, medical insurance, legal
medical
reasons,
insurance,
societal or family pressures. Now, these are the reasons and factors why there's a divorce. Lack of family support, infidelity, lack of compatibility, lack of intimacy, too much conflict or arguing, financial stress, lack of commitment, parenting differences, marrying too young, opposing values or morals, substance abuse, domestic violence, and last but not least, pursuing...
Financial stress is 24%. That's fucking bullshit. That would be higher, I guarantee. Infidelity or extramarital affairs is 34%. Lack of family support, 43%. Lack of compatibility, lack of intimacy, too much conflict or arguing are all tied at 31. Marrying too young, opposing values or morals. You should know that.
So ladies, you may want to...
Opposing values and morals, you should know each other's values and morals when you get married.
Do woosah or earmuffs if you don't want to watch it, or skip the video because you're going to get pissed off. I'm going to read you a letter, okay? This is an article from Glamour. It's an open letter. And the title of this article says, An Open Letter from an Alpha Woman Unable to Love. Okay. So you read this article. This is written by a lady named Suzanne Venker, who wrote a book called The Alpha Female's Guide to Men and Marriage, is what she talks about. So the writer of this article, Elizabeth Logan, wrote this 7 years ago. I'll read you the second paragraph. She says, Venker's thesis is that marriages don't work when one partner, namely the woman, is demanding, unyielding, and unable to be pleased by anything the other partner does. And sure, don't be an asshole to your spouse. Might seem like a basic tenet of marriage, but Venker explains this is actually a big problem with our current generation that needs to be addressed right now. Why? Because women, having been groomed to be leaders rather than to be wives, those leadership qualities like being bossy, demanding, which will definitely help you to get ahead in the office, are apparently antithetical to the three things that Venker says makes a good marriage: respect, compromise, and sex. But of course, you might be thinking, wait, it's totally possible for a woman to be both a leader and a wife, but please trust Ms. Venker when she says it's absolutely not. This attitude of leadership may get women ahead at work, says Venker, but when it comes to love, it will land them in a ditch. Don't ask what the hell attitude of leadership is supposed to mean. Just go with her on this one. Work skills are the opposite of love skills, okay? The more you work, the less you love. Got it? Why did I think it was a good idea to bring a cover letter and resume on a date? Why do I pester every boyfriend with weekly timesheets and ask to be reimbursed for all expenses incurred on the job? All right, because I'm a workaholic monster. Now watch this. She continues, okay? Venker says every relationship requires a masculine and a feminine energy to thrive. If women want to find peace with men, they must find their feminine. That is where their real power lies. Being feminine isn't about being beautiful or svelte, or even about wearing high heels, although those things are nice. Being feminine is a state of mind. It's an attitude. She continues, in essence, being feminine means being nice, writes Venker. Niceness by women is the key to the healthy relationships that women are solely in charge of maintaining. In case you're not fully convinced of the wisdom of the radical be nice doctrine, Venker has sources. She quotes quite seriously a man named Chuck who once commented on her website, a strong woman is awesome, but she must be inviting and be able to mesh into an actual relationship. Needing to dominate and overpower, that is a no-go. Venker also quotes Jackie Kennedy. There are two kinds of women, those who want power in the world and those who want power in bed. So look, if you want to read the rest of the open letter, you can find it and go through it. But when you talk about egalitarian, husband and wife make about the same amount of money, 40 to 60% of the income, or wife's the breadwinner. If the wife's the breadwinner, you guys choose to have kids. Here's an article from Fortune. Most married women still carrying a heavier burden at home. So paid work, husbands more than wife. Leisure, husbands more than wife. Caregiving, look at wives, more than husbands. Housework, more than husbands. So what happens if you're like, hey, I went to school, I'm going to beat my husband, I'm going to make more money than him, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. All right. And you're like, well, my kids are still expecting me to be a mother. And a mother has a burden. They don't want to be an average mother. They want to be a good mother. They want to deliver. Great.
That's your job
expected to
first.
be a wife. It's a lot of work. And you still are expected to be a sister. It's a lot of work.
Stay home.
Sisters like to be good sisters, right? You still are expected to be a good daughter. Girls want to be good for their mom and dad as well. It's a different kind of a burden a girl has than a son has, right? And then you have your own things you want to do. Taking care of your health, taking care of yourself. So imagine you're like, I bought into this concept of beating men. I'm same as you. Equality, feminism. Yes, I can kick your ass and I'm making more money than my brother, than my husband, than my cousin. I'm freaking burned out. I don't want this, but I don't respect the man I marry because now officially I'm the husband, she's a wife. I don't want to be married to a wife. I want to be married to a husband. You indirectly have
exactly what I said.
That away from him. Now somebody said, well, this is on the man. Yes, I don't disagree. This is why I recommend men reading the book No More Mr. Nice Guy. It's a tough book, by the way, when you read it. You're going to be challenged a lot, right? But somebody listen and say, yeah, I don't know, man. I kind of want my husband to be the husband. And normally that transition of going like this, it's so big because he's been like that to you, gradually going like this. And now you want me to change overnight?
Yeah.
Oof, tough to do, right? And that's exactly what happened at this event. Another lady got up and says, I'm on my second marriage. First marriage was 10 years. Second marriage was 10 years as well. It's probably not going to be working out. It's like, why? Maybe if that's what you're solving for too, just money, totally get it. But if it's more than that, it's tough to do. Watch this article here. A couple things on marriage.com. Why this doesn't work out. Wives playing the mother. The wife starts treating her husband like a child. So if the boss babe is making all this money, look at your husband as your son. And you look at your husband and say, you don't respect your son. You didn't marry a man to be your son. You married a man to be a man. You don't look at him like that anymore. It's your son. Hey, clean up. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? You talk to your husband like that. You don't respect your husband if you talk like that, right?
Nope.
Compare him to other men. You know what other men do? You know, the emotional manipulation, you know, the aggression, all these other things that's going on, you know, other interests, you know, fighting, comparison, neglecting, and then, you know,
wow.
You don't do as much as I do. Do you understand what I do for this man? Do you know? Finally, the man's like, dude, listen, man, I can't do this anymore. That's what's going on today. And unfortunately, many women bought into this feminist movement. And there is no, I want to get a refund. Many lost 10 years. Some lost 20 years. Some lost 30 years. Some are in their 60s, not married, no kids, but they're a boss babe. Was that the right choice? If it's what you wanted, all in. But if you're watching this and you're kind of like, man, I do not want that part. Well, you may want to consider changing your strategy before it backfires on you.
Yeah.
In most cases like this, the husband is so burned out and the wife is so done that they're like, dude, I don't even know if we can go through this or not. But if you believe in God, you go to church, you have a community you're a part of, and it's a true decision that you guys want to make collectively together and you want to find a way to make it work with your kids, with a lot of effort and focus on it, it could work. But it will be very hard and it will be a lot of work. But for some of you that are maybe single, not married yet, you can always, they say wisdom is when you can borrow from other people's experiences to learn from them. This is an opportunity to be wise, not just smart. Again, ladies, before you come and slash my tires, how dare you make a video like this and make my husband and I argue? Fellas, I'm also talking to you. Why did you let this happen to you?
Yeah.
Who told you this was the right thing to do?
That's
Did
right.
the mob screaming off the top of their lungs convince you and close you that you need to be this feminine husband? Is that what they did to you? Well, listen, you're also part of the problem. I'm not sitting here going after women. It's
You let her
50-50.
do it.
Both of you bought into this nonsensical type of idea. And now you're realizing it's not an idea I wanted to buy into, okay? So if you got value and you agree with this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Which I don't think it's going to be many of you. But if you're like, screw you, Pat, comment below. I'm going to read all your comments.
Shout out to Patrick David. I like his content. He seems like a pretty straight shooter. I don't know much about him other than his podcast. I know he made a bunch of money. I know he was screwing up in life by his standards and did a lot to change. I know he's a veteran. I thank him for his service. Yeah, narcissistic relationship, absolutely. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Thank you for joining me tonight as we look into what modern day feminism has done to America, to the family, to men, to women, to the military, to the economy. Women used to sit at home. Like, you know, most men wanted their women home with their children because it was so much work to do. You don't need to work. Work on the family. Love the children. You know, that's what it meant to be a mother. Not anymore. It's terrible. And people think feminism was this great thing. No, it took the mother right out of the home. It made her think she didn't need a man as it went on. It started out as women's equal rights, which I'm all for, but feminism morphed into something completely opposite of what it was intended to do, I would hope. It turned women into narcissists, yeah. Yeah. Or men too. It affected men horribly as well. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to fix it when I'm trying to show young people or anyone. That's why I play these videos. I'm trying to fucking show people what's going on. All you gotta do is go back to the old ways. I just don't want to fight in a war we have. All you gotta do is go back to the old ways, as far as men and women are concerned. I'm not saying go all the way back and change. We need to go back to the old ways of men's roles, women roles, feminine and being feminine and being masculine. I don't want a masculine woman. Not at all. No, thank you. No, thank you. Niners lost again. Wow. Who won the Cowboys game? I missed the 80s and 90s terribly. Some people might get it, 1M. Don't be negative, please. Exactly, Jet. But they're saying Gen Z is going to demand prison over serving in the military. I think these woke young people really think they won't get drafted if something bad happens and Kamala comes into office. I really think they're going to get off the hook. I don't know. I'm not a felon. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. Here we go. Gen Z demands prison versus serving in the military.
Have nothing to do with.
Everyone's joking about getting drafted. Well, guess what, besties? I'm not going to get drafted.
From now on, I'm not American. I'm Palestinian. I'm Colombian. I'm Omani. I'm Japanese. You guys say that prison is 50,000 times worse than serving in a war, because let's weigh out our options here, okay? I'm not a pussy. I just don't want to fight in a war we have nothing to do with. And neither...
Oh. You signed up. You gotta rewind that again. Oh, you think they're not going to draft you? Oh, yeah. Women can be drafted coming up. This is why I'm saying I don't want women fighting, man. I don't want any war. But if it comes down to it, I want the toughest men in the country.
I'm going to get drafted.
From now on, I'm not American. I'm Palestinian. I'm Colombian. I'm Omani. You guys say that prison is 50,000 times worse than serving in a war, because let's weigh out our options here, okay? I'm not a pussy. I just don't want to fight in a war we have nothing to do with. And neither do 95% of people that are in the military right now.
Interesting. So the man in his bathrobe doesn't want to fight in war. I understand. Do people want to go fight in another war with no mission, no end game, no vision of what winning looks like? Gen Z, we're going to get to it. Thanks for coming back to Jameson's Travels. Don't want to fight. They don't want to go. We've done a video like this before. Let's see what this gentleman has to say. Stand by.
Do you know why people sign up for the military? Why? It's not because they want to risk their lives fighting for our country. It's because they come from low-income, underprivileged families, and this is the only way for them to better their lives, not only for themselves, but for their future families.
Thanks for letting me know why people join the military. I appreciate him telling me. Now, there used to be a thing called pair, so they can basically be on light duty, shuffling papers their entire career, getting
for their future families.
Thanks for letting me know why people join the military. I appreciate him telling me. Now, there used to be a thing called patriotism. It was a family tradition. Maybe you're from like lower middle class, but it's a tradition.
Yep.
Granted, most of the people who died in wars historically have been poor white men from the South. That's a thing. But yet now, let's keep going.
Every single vet I've talked to has a list of physical and mental disabilities after serving. In fact, I even know one who had so many mental issues, he unalived himself in front of his entire family from psychosis. So am I a pussy for not wanting that? You guys love throwing around the term pussy, fruitcake, low testosterone, when in reality...
No one liked it. No one liked it. I'm sure he didn't like it. This fucking kid makes me sick.
I'm tall enough to step over 95% of you, and I grow so much facial and body hair I can't even keep up with it. Just because I like men...
Well, and you like men. Whatever. What does that have to do? You guys want to be equal. You want to be equal, dog. Come on, come fight.
Doesn't mean I have low testosterone. In fact, 25% of you have slept with a man at some point in your lives. You guys...
Is that true?
No.
Side note, 25% of dudes slept with a man. And what I'm hearing from the young fella, I hear from a lot of Gen Z, you guys in the comments. The last video, I'll put the link in the comments. Gen Z don't want to fight, and you saw all the reasons. They didn't want to fight for Israel, but they want to fight for cutting off the stones of young boys, right? The more I go along, it's hard to argue the point, right? Because we've taken my patriotism. Now, I still think one pump in the military is not going to be a bad thing for most people. They go in, they learn some skills, perspective on life. Now, that's my take. What this guy's saying here is hard to argue.
It's just seem to be taking something to the grave or projecting something onto me.
Everyone's joking about getting drafted. Well, guess what, besties? I'm not going to get drafted because the second they announce...
You're not getting drafted because even though women can be in combat arms jobs, they're not eligible for the draft. Maybe that. You notice that? They put a vote out in the House a while back. Should women be in the selective service? The answer was no. I mean, it's amazing.
That shit, first thing I'm going to do is go get braces. And if that doesn't work, me and my bestie are going to sit in the garage and break each other's left feet. And if that doesn't work, we're going to go get pregnant. And if that doesn't work, do you guys honestly think we're scared of going to prison? If a country can't get enough people to volunteer to fight a war, then you probably shouldn't be fighting it. Go ahead and get your senior citizen butt up and go fight it yourself, because I sure the fuck ain't. Y'all really think...
These people, it's unbelievable. Let's say there was a war that we all were committed to. I do think there'd be a problem with recruitment. I think half of the country would say, well, I'm for the enemy. Like if the CCP came to the United States and said, we're taking over, I think you'd have 40% of the country say, okay, I'd be better, the best thing. It's not a threat to the democracy. It's a very weird timeline to watch in my 50s, right? Watching this happen so fast. I'm going, wow.
We're going to willingly show up to fight after we saw how y'all treated the people that were drafted into Vietnam? No, ma'am.
Now, the people that got drafted in Vietnam, and you could go deeper. You could say, well, all the men, women who served in the GWAT, 20 years fighting in the desert, how they're treated by the VA. Thank you for your service. You could say that. Now, if you go in willingly, but you're young, naive, you do one pump maybe, you're in the desert, a few tours of combat, and then you come back, you may be messed up. It's such a traumatic, impactful event, right? And you get out, and you're expecting like a workers' comp at a minimum, and you're sold this bill of goods. I think that's the problem. You're sold it. And then you find out, good luck, thank you for your service. You'll be seen by a mental health therapist in 8 months. Good luck, son.
All right. To answer your question, how did I get all of this covered? So
How do you think they got it covered? If you made it this far, I want to thank you. I don't have a Patreon, I have a Locals. Check that out. If you like the videos, want to support the channel, then you tribute to the cause. Team message. So this person's in the military, and TRICARE paid for this facial feminization surgery. And I mentioned the VA a minute ago. So is this where you want the resource?
The military paid for this.
Resource we have placed on this.
Your tax dollars paid for this.
A whole Center for Excellence for transition care. So they're in the promotion pool. They're on light duty forever. They're not deployable. PT standards don't apply. Done that in a prior video. You can check to see the DOD document. Tribute to the cause. Continue the message.
If they sign up for the military, they can get a surgery to be a transformer. And then they can't go back out into service. What's that tell you?
So this person's in the military, and TRICARE paid for this facial feminization surgery. And I mentioned the VA a minute ago. So is this where you want the resource, the finite amount of resource we have placed on this? The video in the past, San Antonio's got a whole Center for Excellence for transition care. So they're in the promotion pool, they're on light duty forever, they're not deployable. PT standards don't apply. Done that in a prior video. You can check see the DOD document on that.
In the military, and TRICARE basically has been upgraded and updated their policies over the last couple of years to accommodate trans soldiers and the procedures that we need to become ourselves.
Maybe that's a recruiting tool now, right? I mean, how many of these people are there for real? There are 10,000 in the country. They could go in, want to go in, eligible to go in, want to go in for the care so they can basically be on light duty, shuffling papers their entire career, getting paid. This person's on TRICARE, so you're sure they're home, not working, not being in the military. You're picking up the slack.
This person's going to be a paper pusher forever in the military, just soaking up money to get themselves a surgery. And your tax dollars are going to pay for their whole career. They're going to get a pension. It's fucking nuts.
Same rate. You are.
It's been a long time. You know, I've had to wait a long time for this, but eventually my time came around.
Right.
I had to, it was a process, you know, I had to go through all the evaluations. I had to get all the doctors involved. I had to get my commander, my command team, and all of them involved. There were so many paperworks I had to get signed.
Paperworks? I mean, paperwork. I don't know what happened in the English language, but...
Oh, they don't know any
I
of
bet
it.
there's a lot of paperwork. Because think about this. You get all this done. You see the nose job. Braces, of course, we're paying for. I'm sure there are fake silicones installed. Chopping off parts. Expensive, right? Now, what this person does on their own, rock on. Do you? But now we're taking the finite resources
of the
away.
military.
You know,
that's where your military money's going.
TRICARE is different than the VA, but there's only so much money you're allocating towards this
VA.
cause. And then does this make it more effective?
Big money.
This is the recruiting pool Gen Z needs to go in. But how many people are there? I mean, this is shocking.
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 That video freaked me out. That we're paying for people to get gender reaffirming care to go into the military. Then they get light duty. They work in an office their whole military career. Treated like a soldier. Probably treated better than a soldier, which is terrible. Terrible. And that's where your tax dollars go when your government goes woke. Yeah, that's why I'm showing you guys this jet. Because we're in trouble, dude. That's why I'm telling you, get in shape, start running, get healthy. I'm quitting smoking soon. I already made my mind up. I got about 76 pounds to go to get back close to fighting weight. Something like that. No, 74. 74 more pounds till I get close to fighting weight. But yeah, that's why I'm showing you guys this stuff, man. It's bad. Especially the climate we're in right now. And I don't support war. I don't support war. Not at all. However, I do support having a strong military. There's a difference. Absolutely, Ghost. But the American military, man, is... Hopefully we still got some OGs left. Because even people my age that were savages, they're in their 40s now. A lot of them guys are probably out. And them guys seen hell. They went over there in that sand pit right after 9/11. One of my friends got blown up and lived to tell it. In a Hummer. Ran over a roadside bomb. Good friend of mine. I miss him daily. He lives far away from me now.
if you need to record anything over the internet, I can't.
Index of U.S. military strength, and it said, I'll kind of run through them. It said the Army strength was marginal, Navy weak, Marine Corps strong. So Troy Black will be very, very happy about that one.
Here we go. I want to show you this. It shows you some of the crisis the U.S. military's in. With everything going on, this should influence some of your vote. That's why I don't want a war. If America went to war, we'd be at a disadvantage as far as our physical fitness. No doubt about it.
And it was the 2024 index of U.S. military strength. And it said, I'll kind of run through them. It said the Army strength was marginal, Navy weak, Marine Corps strong. So Troy Black will be very, very happy about that one. Air Force very weak, Space Force marginal, nuclear capability marginal. What's your perspective on the propensity and the willingness to join today? How do you assess where the Army is right now?
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. So today we're going to talk about a hot topic in the military sphere, and that is the ongoing retention and recruitment crisis the entire military is going through right now. Okay, so we're going to talk about why there's such a problem with recruitment and retention, why nobody seems to want to join the military anymore, and then from my perspective, the ways that we can actually go about solving this, because if you haven't seen, the military is spending millions and millions of dollars on advertisements and marketing, trying.
Poland don't fuck around. Poland, with their small force, if they had the shit we had, would destroy us, I bet.
To fix the recruitment problem. It's just like they just can't figure out why no one wants to join. But I have a pretty good finger on the pulse of this because there's so many young people who are thinking about joining the military or going special forces, things like that follow my channel, reach out to me, send me messages. And I think I've sort of boiled it down to three major reasons why nobody's joining the military anymore, and we're going to talk about those, okay? But first, before we do that, I got a big update for y'all, so check this out. All right, guys, finally, by demand.
I figured if we want to listen to this shit, we might as well hear it from a guy that was a fucking stud. I want to hear from Valhalla. Check out his channel. Got some good content. But the guy is a solid ass combat machine. Check him out. But these are his three reasons the military's in crisis.
General McConville and Secretary Warmer.
He says the culture is trash and no one is joining.
Have made, they have not mixed words. This is a priority.
The culture is trash and no one's joining. The military is in crisis. And none of them like Trump. They keep telling you, the media, right? And it's woke as fuck. You bet your ass.
And you know, I don't want to get out ahead of the secretary
What up, Randall?
or jinx it, but we're on track to make our numbers this year. Now, the truth though is we need those numbers to be higher in the upcoming years because we actually need to grow the Army based off the global environment we talked about at the very beginning, right?
All right, now, is the military actually on track to meet recruitment numbers this year? Yeah, well, we'll see. But what I can say is, looking at what just happened this last year, we definitely didn't. In fact, the numbers were awful. Okay, so just some numbers here, guys. So this is an objective thing. I'm not just making these things up, right? And that is 2023, the entire military missed recruitment numbers by 41,000 soldiers. That is a ton, okay? And only the Marines, and technically the Space Force, but whatever, only the Marines were the only ones to meet retention and recruitment numbers. And that's going to be very important for later when we talk about the first major issue, okay? Now, recruitment has dropped overall in the military since 2013, 10 years ago, 35% overall. That's going to be a very important number for later as well. And then
Some other statistics here. Only 23% of young people aged 18 to 24 can even qualify to join the military because they're not smart enough, they're not fit enough, behavioral health, all sorts of different issues.
Wow.
And then 53% of people aged 18 to...
Only 23% of young people are eligible to join the military because of mental health issues and other things. Crazy. What's that tell you about what we're doing? How's it working?
30 have a negative view on the military as a whole. Okay, that's really, really bad.
Yeah, they should have kicked that field goal. It would have been a tied game. They would have been up. It would have changed everything. They're idiots. The Saints were idiots today.
Okay. Now that we've sort of identified, yes, we have a massive recruitment problem, okay, and retention problem as well. Pretty much everyone is getting out that can get out also, okay. Now, I want to roll another clip before I get into this because I want you to see what the Sergeant Major of the Army, and by extension of him saying this, is what the top levels of the Department of Defense, because he really is just an extension of that, what they really think the reason why people aren't joining the military is, okay? And we're going to talk about that. Let's check this clip.
I stay out of the political side of the house.
Sure you do.
It's a beautiful thing being in uniform. I love it. I took an oath to the Constitution, and it's a fantastic thing. But I will tell you, on the propensity to serve, I think there's some misunderstanding out there. We see from different survey data, it's like, well, I don't want to put my life on hold. I don't want my son or daughter, remember the influencer in this conversation, not just the 18-year-old. I don't want my child to be in harm's way, because the predominance of the information environment is always negative.
All right, so, I want to say this again. I'm sorry, Sergeant Major. This is the reason that, people are worried about dying or that their parents don't want them to join because they're too worried about them is so
ridiculous.
Disingenuous.
Yeah.
Okay, that has always
happened,
been a consideration for the last 200 years with the military. And not only that, we're not at war right now. In fact, this is the safest time of any time, technically, to join the military. So you're hard-pressed to convince me that the reason why people aren't joining is because they fear for their lives, when I just told you statistically, recruitment's down 35% since 2013, the middle and height of the global war on terror. What does that mean? 35% more people were joining when there was technically three massive wars in the Middle East going on that we're fighting. So how could we possibly do the mental gymnastics to say that's why people aren't joining? Okay, I think that's just a huge cop-out again. No, not Sergeant Major, if you see this, no knock on you for this. I just think that that's just such a, generic response to the problem. That's definitely not the case, okay? That has always been there, and it's never going away. And it's not what's causing this massive drop-off, okay? There's no logic behind that statement at all, all right? So, and it really, retention during the global war on terror as a whole has been higher all the way up until the global war on terror ended, and then it has dropped off, okay? So the math ain't mathing on that one. Right? So what I want to talk about is the three main reasons this isn't just my opinion, this is from hundreds of young people who've reached out to me and told me the reasons why they're considering not joining, what the big three are, okay? Number one, and I think that this is the hugest, it's by far, I think it blows everything else out of the water, and that is the military's failure to uphold traditional American culture and military culture. What do I mean by that? Okay. We all see where American culture is going with the insanity, woke, DEI, all this crazy shit, right? So I want to just show you what the military is representing itself to the public with this line of clips. Okay, this isn't me, I didn't make these. This is what the Department of Defense is allowing to have out there to show to the American people. This is the military. All right, let's roll some clips. All right, what do we have here? Oh, depressed Army girls dancing on TikTok. Okay, that's a good start to what the public perception is. Let's see what we got next. Oh, this is a fine-looking young sailor.
Yeah.
Sure, he's ready to serve. What's weird about this? Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's a good representation of the military. Great. What about more Navy? What do we got? Oh, this is a nice-looking young man. Oh, never mind. Hey, and more TikTok dancing. Fantastic. This is exactly what we need for readiness right here. Ready to fight conflicts. How about recruitment? Oh, this is a sponsored by Department of Defense recruitment for Navy. More TikTok dancing. Interesting. What else do we got? I'm sure this is solving the recruitment crisis.
Now I don't have any whiskeys. Very mindful. Very demure.
See how I come to work with a regulation haircut? I'm very mindful. I'm very demure.
See how I wear my hat level? Very cutesy. Very demure.
Jesus
We've made
Christ.
Amplitude easier than ever. But our mission
I
doesn't
can't
end
take
here.
much more.
With Amplitude, you'll be able to see where your customers are.
Holy shit.
All right, yeah, super painful to watch, okay? All this cringe TikTok bullshit that is infesting its way through the military and through the public perception of the military, okay? So a little bit later, watch a clip of Sergeant Major talking about how important it is for, you know, sort of the American military to showcase itself to the American public. Well, what are we showcasing here? What exactly is this? Because in my time in the military was all spent working on lethality, readiness, deploying, combat, defense of the nation.
They're doing TikTok videos showing how cute they look in their uniforms, trying to get people to join that way. Like that's what you're going to do all fucking day. Unreal.
I'm not really sure where this is all tying in. And in fact, you know, by trying to, what they're trying to do here is appeal to Gen Z, right? With the TikToking and the dancing and the memeing. Okay, well, I can tell you, not all Gen Z buys into this BS, okay?
No.
Especially not all the ones that follow my channel and watch me or getting ready. They are traditional American value-based kids, okay? And they are looking to serve their country, be patriotic, all the things that have always been the same for the last 200 years, okay? And this is deterring, which what I would say is your actual, you know, your 23% are eligible to join, you're deterring that demographic. You're 23.
Yeah.
Why? So that you can pander to your 77% of the demographic who aren't even going to join anyway, okay? So that is the big one for me. This, I don't know what the idea, I know what it is. I hear this a lot of times, and that's that the military should be a juxtaposition of American society. No, it shouldn't.
No.
Okay? The American military does not transform and change each decade with whatever the culture changes. Okay? How do I know that? Well, in the early 1900s, during the massive progressive and socialist movement, the military didn't do that. Okay?
That's right.
During Vietnam, during the massive hippie and progressive movement, guess what the military didn't do? Didn't transform itself. However, now in 2024, we're deciding that's a good idea. Okay? American military culture has been the same. In fact, so many traditions are literally from the Revolutionary War, haven't changed at all. And that has been super, super important. Okay? Now, with that, okay, again, I can't beat that one enough to death. It just drives me
Yeah, it drives me nuts
crazy
too.
when I see everything I see online and TikTok and all this cringe shit, okay? That is not helping. It is hurting. It is hurting. So when we see in those clips, some of those from are literally, there's a 2-star general in one of those clips, right? Just cringe as shit.
Yeah.
There's from actual Army recruiting command is where those videos are coming from. So I know I have a ton of higher-ups in special operations, colonels, generals even, because they've reached out and talked to me, sergeant majors. Please, stop that. That is not the way for us to fix the military, okay? Now, also, I just did a video about how the world, and Sergeant Major talked about it, the world is cascading towards World War III in a hurry. Maybe we should be hyper-focused on getting back to training, lethality, all the things that are important to defend the nation.
This is what I'm saying. People that think wars are going to be fought with bombs and that's it. I really think you got another thing coming. And people that think it can't happen, if we go through another 4 years like we just have, I think you're going to be sadly mistaken. That's why I'm looking into some of this tonight. Please like, share, subscribe.
And not on fucking TikTok dancing. Okay? Now, sorry. Try not to get worked up, but as someone who spent my entire adult life in the military and Army Special Forces, it drives me insane to see what I'm seeing. Okay? Number two, this is obviously another huge one, and that is the pay is shit. let's not beat around the bush. Okay, 3-4 years ago was the pay. The pay was fairly competitive. It wasn't bad. Especially I did a video on what we get paid as Green Berets. Pretty competitive with the civilian world. You know, not the best, but now, all right, 4 years later, 3 years later, inflation is decimated the economy. Okay, we all know grocery prices are 2 to 3 times what they cost 3 years ago. Gas prices double, and the American or the soldiers' pay is increased like 6% maybe over like 3 years, while prices have increased 300%. Okay, just so you know, upwards of an E6 in the military can get food stamps. Okay,
yeah,
that is a senior NCO can qualify for food stamps. That is not good.
No.
Okay, and now the civilian world, right? You can make more money working at McDonald's than you can as like a specialist in the military. So
that's
where
fucking
is
nuts.
the incentive, right? And while, hey, you're going to get your GI Bill and free school, you have the left promising everybody free college. So how do we do that? Well, the pay has to be completely restructured. It has to be, we have to look at the last 3 years of what's happened to the country and the economy and prices and completely overhaul the pay system to make it realistic back to where it was to be competitive. Okay, if you want high quality people to join the military, you have to pay them competitively to what they can get in the civilian world. Otherwise, why would they want to join? Okay, Special Forces has sort of been lucky to be able to bypass that because of how cool and flashy and awesome the job is. We've been able to pull people in from all sorts of different civilian lines of work to come try out. Okay, guess what? All the cool stuff is kind of gone at the moment. So the incentives to join are already much lower from a patriotic standpoint, a culture standpoint, and a job standpoint. So you're going to have to give incentives somehow. That's probably going to be money. Okay, maybe rather than sending $100 billion to Ukraine, we can send it to our soldiers instead.
Yeah,
people might want to join. There's an idea. Maybe talk to your local politician about that one. Now, number 3. Okay, and this one I hear. I don't think it's as big, but I do think it's probably the most common thing I hear, right? And that is that people don't want to serve a corrupt government, all right? Now, my argument to this is the government's always been corrupt. It's just now everybody's kind of with the media and our access to information, like everybody's kind of like woken up to it. We can see what our politicians are doing. We can see how they're, you know, laundering hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign countries through the military industrial complex. Kind of obvious now.
Yeah.
Even though I do think they've always been doing it. But yeah, people like, especially this current administration, I get this all the time. Why would you want to go serve your country that potentially is so corrupt? Okay. Again, this one, I'm not sure I buy into as much, but they're not wrong in a lot of cases, all right? And then the biggest part of this here, too, is the massive botched withdrawal of Afghanistan. That was a gutter to the recruitment. Why? How many people reach out to me and like, why would I join the military when my country is just going to hang me out to dry? They all just watched what our government just did to thousands of global war on terror veterans, right? We spent 20 years.
Look what Biden did, leaving them people.
Close friends, teammates, and we just pissed all over everybody, right? And just said big middle finger to the military and all the veterans who served in that war. So you can see as a young person, you watched your government do that to you, much like our government did it to the Vietnam veterans. Okay, same thing when my dad got home, was getting spit on and being called a baby killer when he got off the plane.
Correct.
We kind of have done that again. So this next generation, I can understand why they look at that and go, yeah, not for me. I'm not going to serve some corrupt government that's going to hang me out to dry and leave me for dead. And it's kind of a fair assessment in that sense. Okay. Now, one more clip from the Sergeant Major talking about how we need to show America what the military is. Check it out.
And part of that is understanding the American people that we're trying to actually bring into the service. You know, I think we forget that after 9/11, we shut ourselves off to America. I mean, I was in the Army in the 90s, and I was an Army brat in the 70s and 80s, and we didn't used to have ECPs and gates, and I mean, it's a real thing. I don't know what goes on behind there. I'm not allowed. It's an us versus them thing. And so this last year and a half, you've seen us come out from those gates and also invite the communities into the installations. You're going to see a lot more of that. We're America's Army. I mean, wow, they need to be proud of us, and they also need to know that their sons and daughters could be a part of that.
Okay, so he's talking there about how, you know, with terrorism, global war on terror, right, kind of shut everything off. We did stop doing, you know, people can't get on bases, things like that. Yeah, well, here's the reality. 20 million undocumented people over the last 3 years have entered this country, hundreds of thousands from Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, mainland China. We're not opening the bases up, right? Because that's way too dangerous now with all the terrorist sleeper cells that are in the country at this point. Can't do that. But what he is going with that is that we got to have more integration with the American public so they can see the military for what it is, okay? Now, why not, if you're going to do this, like, use good representations of the community. Grab yourself a Jocko or, you know, Evan Hafer or Mike Glover's. There's so many actual decent representations that you guys could use and not get cringe-ass YouTube and TikTokers that are just regular civilians. Please stop doing that, okay? You know, aside from that. But I don't think that that's necessary, okay? I think, again, part of it is the military should be the culture that society strives to be, not the other way around. The military shouldn't be striving to figure out how to become like American society, okay? We have one job, it's national defense. We should not be concerned about all this other stuff, right? So,
thank you.
How do we fix it, right? This is the big one. It's one thing to bitch and whine and complain about things. It's another to offer solutions, okay? So here's my solutions that I'm offering to the higher-ups who definitely won't listen, because, again, understand, at the Sergeant Major of the Army's level, you know, he said there, you know, it's great because I'm not politics. He's a politician, okay? The generals are politicians. Anyone above about a colonel, politician, okay? The only way you can get that high is politics in the military. It is what it is, right? So, unfortunately, you know, as much as they want to feel like they've got a finger on the pulse of, you know, the young people and soldiers, they don't. They're completely out of the loop. And that's where a lot of the problems are coming from. So, number one, get the DEI, woke, TikTok, Disney Corporation culture bullshit out of the military. Just get it out, okay? Cut it all out. Get back to a meritocracy, okay, where the best people for the job join. Get back to where not everything is race baiting and gender baiting and all these things. We're doing national defense. Our job is to go close with and destroy the enemy, period. Let's get back to that as the culture, please. Now, actually restructuring pay and benefits. I talked about this. This one has to happen, okay? Especially with potentially who wins this next election. Inflation ain't going away, right? Prices probably going to 3x again in the next 4 years. What does that mean?
That's scary.
An 8% pay raise over 4 years is going to leave everybody in poverty. Okay, so this is a harder one because it takes congressional budgeting, whatever, but like you need to ramp up pay massively. It's got to become competitive. It's not going to be competitive. We're going to head down that road.
Every government job's like that right now. The pay is terrible for the average government worker. It was horrible when I was at the post office, and I'd been there for years, and it still sucked.
Down the rabbit hole of recruitment catastrophe.
How can you work for your government when your government doesn't give you enough money to get by? What the fuck?
It's not going to change. And again, heading into an uncertain world where China is about to invade Taiwan, Ukraine and Russia are at war, Israel, Palestine, Iran's about to attack Israel, whole world's about to go up in flames. Let's maybe take this serious and actually try to fix things rather than use TikTok videos and pander to people who aren't going to join the military in general, right? So And again, final one. This is going to wrap it up. Can't stress this enough. Make the military the culture that society looks up to. Okay? Don't have the military trying to look up to whatever society's culture is in the moment, because it changes.
Great point.
All right, so let's get back to our roots, back to traditional American patriotism values in the military, at least. Okay, if you want to whine and complain about that and bitch about America, do it somewhere else. Okay, but here in service, our job is to defend the nation. Let's get back to that as the focus. All right, so there's my rant about the situation. All right, again, any high ups, if you see this.
And that's Valhalla. Check out his channel. He's pretty dope. Yeah, Gen Z's, some of them new hippies. Too much liberalism, woke ideology. Yeah. Woke is not, but does not belong in the military. Yeah, the military's job is to keep everyone safe. And with everything going on, that's why I wanted to look in this a little bit, what woke culture has done to even the military. It's crazy. It's even affecting our military. But if the battling doesn't start with them, nobody cares to get it out of there. But I think Americans, with the way things are going, should maybe want to start worrying about their military a little bit. I don't say all this stuff that we looked into tonight to be sexist or anything like that. It's just I care about women and I don't want them to get hurt. I think the woke culture is destroying the men and women, families. I think the same thing for what feminism has turned into over time. And I think we think we're moving forward, but I think we got to go backwards a little bit, quite frankly. Get back to the old values and morals. And, the old America was much better, much healthier. People were much happier. Families didn't break up like they do now. There was a lot of good things. And I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. Please like, share, subscribe if you haven't. We'll be back tomorrow with some more content. I don't know what we're going to look into. I'll have to go to bed and think about it. But I appreciate you all for watching. Please like, share, subscribe. If you'd like to donate to the channel, you can do so via Cash App. My name is Nate Slive, Nateslive. Thank you so much to everyone that's given. Yeah, maybe Jet. I wouldn't, regardless, it's not good for us. Whoever's doing it, whatever's doing it, whatever caused it, it doesn't matter. We got to get back to just taking better care of ourselves and being prepared. But another deep dive at Nate's Live Talk. Thank you guys again. I got a boogie. I love you. I will see you tomorrow. Salute to all. Be safe. Have a great week. Thanks for checking me out. See you guys tomorrow. Good night. Sweet dreams. At least it wasn't scary like last night. I hope no one had nightmares last night. Did anyone have nightmares last night from what we looked into yesterday? I forgot to ask people earlier in the day. I thought so. I figured, I wonder if anyone had a nightmare. I hope no one did. Good. 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 Well, I'm going to go to bed. You guys have a good night. I turned the light off. It's a wrap. Sweet dreams, you guys. See you tomorrow. Don't worry, it's not the Hat Man. Peace.